You could try to play, but you're never gonna beat me. Look the other way, what I'm doing ain't easy. Bloody hands stained from the people who deceive me. Muddy hands break through the chains, go free me. Looking for change, looking for pain. Pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane. Pick up the pieces and go rearrange. I'll be the best above all the rest, put me to the test.
I'm working on audio, guys. Good morning. Just a moment. Could be possible we don't have sound yet. Let me double check. Hang on. All right. Well, since we can't hear the judge, we will hear me. How are you guys doing this morning? Let's get a good look at Letecia today. Bear with me here. Oh, we don't have a good angle. It's only showing the top of her. They change this camera every day. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Let me get you guys pulled up here in the chat. I do have the sound on, so it will, there we go.
Okay.
Good morning. Hit that like button, guys.
I should have asked. We do have everybody, right? Okay. Can you guys do return time of 1 o'clock? All rise for the jury, please. 1 o'clock, will that work?
Okay, so she looks like she maybe could have washed her hair, which is a shock for Letecia. Let's see. I think that's Landon in the back. Let me see if I can show you guys. I think Landon is behind that woman that has like a
Thank you. May all be
that
seated.
pinkish shirt.
Court will recall 20
No, maybe
CR
that's not her.
1358 People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little better here today. Working on splitting that difference thing seems to be helping out a little bit. Let's hope it stays that way. Again, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. With that, when we took our break yesterday, we were still in the midst of the prosecution's case in chief. Mr. Allen, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. With Kevin Clark's testimony yesterday, that concludes the state's evidence, and so we would rest our case at this time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what that means is the prosecution has presented all of the evidence which it has decided to present in this case to prove all of the charges against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. At this point in time, the defense has the opportunity, but not an obligation, to call witnesses. I want to remind you that the defense does not have to present any evidence or call any witnesses. With that, does the defense have any witnesses it intends to call?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Do we know who?
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser.
All right. Dr. Niederhauser, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Come a little closer.
Oh, just go right there.
Sure.
It's okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell your last name for
Sure.
the court reporter who's seated right in front
Sure.
of you?
It's Rhonda, Ronda. And you need my middle name too?
Last name's
Okay. Niederhauser, Niederhauser.
How are you employed?
So I work at Fort Carson. I work at Evans Army Medical Hospital, and I work in Ivy Medical Clinic. It's a primary care clinic office.
Okay.
And I'm a clinical psychologist.
Okay. And what is your education?
I have a doctorate degree, PhD in clinical psychology, and then I have a postdoctoral master's in clinical psychopharmacology.
Okay. And is this your full-time job at Evans Hospital on Fort Carson?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And you work at a primary care clinic?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you exclusively or primarily treat people that have mental health or
I see
mental
all
conditions?
kinds of different things. I would say the primary is people with depression, anxiety, adjustment disorder. I work mostly with the dependents of military spouse or military service people. And then I work with veterans and their family members as well.
Do you do active duty soldiers as well?
Occasionally, our clinic is primarily for the dependents, veterans
Okay.
and their dependents. Yeah.
All right.
Occasionally, there'll be a mom that brings her kid in and has some postpartum depression or anxiety, and I'll see them. But we have other clinics that will take care of the active duty service members.
How long have you been at Evans Hospital?
10 years.
10 years. And how long have you been a practicing clinical psychologist?
Since 2000.
2000.
23 years.
All right. So in December of 2019, did you meet with a Letecia Stauch?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this Ms. Stauch seated at the table, as you recall?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what day did you meet with her?
I don't have that.
Okay.
But from memory, based on the records I reviewed, I think it's December 5th and also December 13th.
Okay. All right. And what did you meet with her about?
So she came in to see her primary care doc first, and that's kind of what I do. I'm a clinical psychologist, but I work as a behavioral health consultant. So my job is to work with the primary care docs to see what care somebody may need. So do they just need brief intervention? Do they need ongoing counseling? Do they just need medications? Kind of get them to the right place. So she originally came in to see her primary care doc. She was having some constipation, and the doc also did a depression and anxiety screener on her. And based on her anxiety symptoms and what she was going through with stress, her doctor walked her into me. And I have 30-minute appointments. I don't do the typical psychologist type of job because I work in a primary care clinic office and I get people walked in all the time. So she was walked in for me for stressors with her work, and she was having some anxiety symptoms.
Okay. So she went to see her primary care doctor back in December 2019.
Correct.
And your understanding is the primary care doctor thought that it would benefit her to come and meet with you, a clinical psychologist.
That's correct.
Okay. And how long did you talk to Ms. Stauch? Was it the full 30 minutes? Or
I documented it was 30 minutes. I
Oh.
didn't have a timer on it, and I can't tell from 4 years ago, so I'm sorry.
okay. And what was your diagnosis, or did you make a diagnosis?
It was anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay. Did you prescribe any medication or treatment or therapy for her?
So I don't prescribe, so I make recommendations to the primary care docs. And then I recommended that she see a therapist.
Okay. What was your recommendation for medication?
Hydroxyzine.
Hydroxyzine?
She had said that she had tried other medications in the past, and she wasn't having depressive symptoms. It was more anxiety, and she was having trouble sleeping. And hydroxyzine is an antihistamine. It's like Benadryl. It's what you can get over the counter, which is in Tylenol PM that can make people sleepy. But Benadryl's never been a medication that helps people with anxiety. Hydroxyzine, we found, can help with anxiety and can help with sleep.
Okay.
And that's what I had recommended.
Was she ever prescribed lorazepam by you or anybody else that you're aware of?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you discuss stress and anxiety that she was having from her work as a teacher?
Yes. So she had told me that somebody at her work was being harassed and that she stood up for that person. I don't know what kind of witness she was to them, but because she was a witness, she felt like she was being harassed.
Okay. And at some point, you provided a letter dated December 5th, 2019. There's also a letter dated December 15th, 2019 that has your name and everything, but there's not actually a signature. Do
Sure.
you recall that letter?
I do. Do you want me to speak to both letters?
No, just the latter one.
Yeah. The second letter, so I saw Ms. Stauch on the 13th of December. And at that time, she was doing better. She had decided that she was going to quit that job and she was going to go in another school district. She was going to look for a teaching job in another school district. And because she had made that decision, I think some of her anxiety was relieved. In fact, when I did it's called a behavioral health measure 20. So it measures all kinds of different things, including anxiety. Her symptoms had gone down. And I think that was mainly because of making that decision to leave that job. So she left, and then I got an email from her that she apparently had talked to her work, her boss, whatever the case may be, and they told her that they wouldn't allow her to quit because she was on a contract, and if she wanted to resign, she'd have to have a letter from her doctor indicating that it was recommended. And so that was the letter that I had written, was that I recommended that she be able to resign from her position based on her anxiety symptoms.
Okay.
And then I sent the letter. I'll finish.
I'm sorry. And you had,
Wait. Let's stop both of them. I know it's hard for you because everybody comes in, number one, they're nervous.
Sure.
And they may not have done this before, but the court reporter is taking down everything we say as we say it.
Sure.
That's important for one thing. It's easier for her to take things down if only one of you is talking at a time. It's also easier if you speak slower.
Okay.
She'll appreciate that.
Okay.
So let's try again.
and you provided Ms. Stauch a copy of the letter where you recommended that she step down from her current teaching position.
Correct.
Okay. Did you provide that a written copy to her? Or did you send it via text, electronic, email?
I sent it by email. I sent her a draft of the letter,
Okay.
which means basically I didn't sign it. I sent her the draft so she would be able to read it and see if she felt like it was sufficient, if I was not putting in too much information or if I was putting in not enough information. So I sent that letter, the draft of the letter, to her.
The therapy that you recommended that she start, what type of therapy are we talking about?
It just would have been individual
Talk therapy
Yes.
with a psychologist or psychiatrist?
therapist, yes.
Okay. After December 2019, did you have any more contact with Ms. Stauch?
No, I did not.
Okay. Can I have just a second, Your Honor?
You may.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Ron.
I apologize, everybody. I'm nervous.
Would it surprise you you're not the first person that's been nervous on the witness stand?
I was hoping I wasn't the only one.
Everybody feels it. Don't worry
Okay,
about it.
Okay.
So Dr. Niederhauser, I think you said you've been a clinical psychologist since 2000, is that right?
That's correct.
When you see a patient like you did with this particular defendant, what kind of things do you have access to?
Their report, of course, we do scales. We do a depression scale, which is called the Patient Health Questionnaire 9, and it gets the main symptoms of depression. We also do what's called a generalized anxiety disorder questionnaire. It's called a GAD-7. And so we have access to that, to give that to people. The second appointment, we do a behavioral health measure 20. The only reason that they did that one is the first one was with her PCM, and the primary care docs provide those questionnaires. I'll also provide it if the docs have not provided it, if they walk in to see me. But the behavioral health measure, when somebody has an official appointment with me, they're filling that out in the waiting room, and then they bring it to me. That's what the government wants me, the military wants me to have people fill out. I
Government
like
and
the other two forms better, but that's what they have us fill out. So,
Government and the regulations, right?
yes, military, yes,
Do you get a description of symptoms from the patient?
I do.
You agree that this particular patient, the defendant, endorsed that she had sleeping problems,
I do,
that she was feeling tired,
yes.
that she was having trouble concentrating,
Yes, I believe so.
and that she had moderate level of anxiety.
That's correct.
And then that she also, though, denied any suicidal ideation.
That's correct.
What does suicidal ideation mean?
Where she wants to kill herself.
She also denied any homicidal ideation.
That's correct.
She denied any intent or plan to commit either suicide or homicide as well.
That's correct.
And that was on December 5th, correct?
Correct.
Did that hold true on the second date, on December 13th?
It did.
She cited as the factors of her psychological issues as the stress at work, correct?
That's correct.
And that she was trying to quit that job,
That's correct.
and that she wanted a letter from you to be able to quit that job.
That's correct.
Did you consider the option that she might be manipulating her visit with you to get a letter to present to work?
I did not. That's not typically how we
Okay.
operate. We trust the people that come in to see us. I would not be a good psychologist if I cross-examined every person that came in
Sure.
and said, I don't believe you. So that's how a therapeutic relationship works, is you have to trust the person that's coming in to talk to you.
Did you note in your notes on this from December 5th that there was no disorientation observed?
That's correct. She knew where she was, who she was,
Why is that important?
situation. It's important because you have to know who you are, where you're at, what's going on.
And she had no problems there.
No, not at all.
She also was not exhibiting any hallucinations, correct?
That's correct.
Her memory was not impaired.
That's correct.
Even remote memory was not impaired.
Correct.
And more significantly, recent memory was not impaired.
That's correct.
Judgment was also not impaired.
That's correct.
Speech was normal.
Correct.
Rate of speech was normal.
Correct.
Didn't seem to be pressured in her speech.
Correct.
Tone was not abnormal. It was not monotone or any other abnormality.
Correct.
And volume was normal.
Yes,
And in fact, you noted no language abnormalities were demonstrated at all.
that's correct.
You also went through her thought processes, correct?
Correct.
They were not impaired.
Correct.
In fact, you noted that they were linear, logical, and goal-directed, correct?
Correct.
You also evaluated her for connectedness, correct?
I'm sorry, what?
Connectedness. Do you remember that?
I don't know what.
Okay, there's a note in your report that said evaluation of connectedness showed no deficiency.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So I think what you're referring to, and this has been like an old note, so I don't have access to it. But I think that it refers to how you connect to other people. And I didn't see any problems with her connecting to me. And she had connections to other people, her family.
Okay. And just so you're aware, I know that you're nervous. It's okay to be nervous, like I was talking about at the beginning. If you can't remember, and it would be helpful for you to review your report. If you tell me that you can't remember and it would be helpful, I can show you your report
Okay.
and then you can review it, okay?
Okay.
That's a standard thing that we do with lots of witnesses.
Sure.
You noted that her insight was intact.
Right.
What does that mean, insight being intact?
She recognizes what's going on with her. She has insight that she has anxiety, that kind of thing.
And you also noted that she was not having any delusions.
Correct.
If you're noting all of those things, are those signs that somebody is not suffering from a severe mental health disorder?
That's-
We approach.
No, if you have an objection, state it.
Honor, I don't believe this witness is allowed to.
Then she can,
Hospital.
then she can tell me if that's the case.
And what I'm asking Dr. Niederhauser is, based on your years of experience as a clinical psychologist since 2000, and then working as a clinical psychologist for Evans Army Hospital and at Fort Carson's, are those types of things that somebody would suffer if they are suffering from a severe mental health disorder?
Can I answer that or no?
I'm not the one giving direction here.
Okay. So what I basically would say is if I had any concerns that she was a danger to herself, a danger to someone else, or she was gravely disabled, which means she was psychotic or so severely depressed that she wasn't functioning, then I would have placed her on a 72-hour hold and sent her to a psych hospital. So she had some anxiety, she was having some stress, but she was not suffering from severe mental health disorder to the point where I felt she was a danger to herself or others, or couldn't function,
Okay.
or was psychotic.
Okay. And that's exactly what I was asking. This particular patient was not suffering at the time that you saw her in December on the 5th or the 13th of any severe mental health disorders, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted that she was only suffering from generalized anxiety disorder.
Correct.
What is generalized anxiety disorder?
So that's where you have anxiety, and for people that aren't familiar with anxiety, it's just worry, nervousness, like I am right now. And so you worry about everything. So you don't just worry about certain things, you worry about a lot of things.
Okay. On December 13th, you went through the same sort of neurological assessment of the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You noted that there was no disorientation observed,
Correct.
that she was oriented to place, person, time, and situation,
Correct.
that she was not suffering from any hallucinations,
That's correct.
that her memory was unimpaired,
That's correct.
and that remote memory was not impaired,
Correct.
recent memory also not impaired,
Correct.
judgment was not impaired.
Correct.
Why is it important to note that her judgment was not impaired?
Because if somebody has poor judgment, then they're going to make bad decisions.
And her judgment was normal.
Correct.
Her speech was normal.
Correct.
Tone again was appropriate, no volume issues or monotone issues or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you noted on that same day, December 15th, that last time that you had evaluation with this defendant, that she was still only suffering from generalized anxiety disorder.
Correct.
You mentioned the M1 hold, that 72-hour hold. Tell the jury what that is.
So it's a hold that I can place on somebody and send them to a psych hospital. It's up to 72 hours. Generally, when you send them to the psych hospital, the psychiatrist or whoever's in charge at the hospital will continue to keep them on that hold. The reason we place somebody on a 72-hour hold is because they're a danger to themselves, they're a danger to someone else, or they're gravely disabled, like I was saying before. So they're so psychotic that they don't know who they are, what they're doing, or some people are so severely depressed that they're not eating, they're not taking care of themselves, they're not functioning. That's where we can place somebody on it's called an M1 hold in the state of Colorado.
And during your career as a clinical psychologist, have you ever dealt with somebody that you had to put on an M1 hold?
So since I've been at Fort Carson working in a primary care clinic office, I don't see it as often, but I would say probably in the 10 years I've been doing this, it's probably been once or twice a year. So it's not frequent, but it happens. Prior to this, my job was as a mental health evaluator at Memorial Hospital for 5 years, and that's exactly what I did. People would be brought into the emergency room to make a determination if they were a danger to themselves or others or gravely disabled. And so I put people on M1 holds or emergency commitments. Emergency commitment is same thing, except you're under the influence of alcohol or drugs. And the emergency commitment, you would send them to detox, and that's a 5-day hold. And so I had a lot of experience of working in emergency situations and placing people on M1 holds or emergency commitments prior to working at Evans for 10 years.
As a professional and as an expert in clinical psychology, do you feel comfortable doing that if you're seeing the signs that would be appropriate for a placement on an M1 hold?
Yes.
Did you see anything about this defendant on either December dates of 2019 that caused you to have any concern that she was a danger to herself or to anyone else?
No, I did not.
Okay. May I have just one minute?
You may.
What was the source of information as it relates to your interactions with this defendant?
Just the clinical interview with her and the scales that we utilized.
So basically everything coming from directly from her.
Correct.
Did she?
The only time we get collateral information is if we do have concerns about somebody being a danger to themselves or others, or they're psychotic, or people are worried about them because they're not functioning. That's when I would get collateral information from other people.
And that didn't occur here?
No, it did not.
Okay. Did she have any history whatsoever of psychological treatment in the past?
She had told me that she'd been diagnosed with anxiety in the past. In her medical records, she does have a diagnosis of panic attacks and anxiety. And then she had told me that she had tried different medications, but I don't think she'd ever seen a therapist before.
Was there ever any history that you knew of that she'd been in an inpatient treatment?
She had not.
Had not.
Had not. That's at least what she told me.
She told you that?
Yes.
Okay. Did she mention any, as it relates to the stress or the anxiety, did she mention anything to you about stress related to her stepfather from 20 years ago?
She did not.
Did she mention any stress related to sexual abuse at the hands of stepfather from 20 years ago?
She did not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I don't have any questions. Thank you. Thank you,
Do-
Doctor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Niederhauser? Looks like we have one. Counsel would retrieve that, and counsel approach, please. All right. Dr. Niederhauser, did you or the defendant set the second appointment on December 13th?
I did.
All right.
Well, I asked her to get an appointment and somebody scheduled it.
Okay. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to that question only. Mr. Cook?
I don't have
Mr. Allen?
So how was it that you had contact with her to set that second appointment?
So usually what I do is I walk them out. There's a back desk, they check out, and then they actually make an appointment. So I think that's how it happened.
Okay, so it's basically at the end of the first appointment, you walk out to the lobby and then you say, set another appointment in a couple of weeks, essentially?
That's correct.
And why did you have to do that for this particular person?
I typically do that as just a normal routine because I want to make sure that I don't do the ongoing therapy, but I want to make sure that I'm following up with patients and making sure that they're getting the help that they need. And so that's why I set it up. And then she did get prescribed that hydroxyzine. And so I wanted to follow up with her and make sure that how she was doing on that medication.
So this was only in response to just you wanting to make sure that what you were recommending was working and to follow up, not because you had some concerns about severe mental health
That's
disorder.
correct.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Niederhauser. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before you came in this morning, the attorneys and I were talking about some logistical things. And I know you might not be surprised. You might be, but you might not be surprised to find that in a case with this number of witnesses, this number of exhibits, sometimes scheduling issues occur. And so we don't have any other witnesses until 1:30. Until 1 o'clock. We're having there's a scheduling issue with respect to the next witness. So what we're going to do is I'm going to send you out until 1 o'clock. If I can have you back in the jury room at 1 o'clock. Again, don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. And the attorneys and I will be dealing with other issues. We're going to talk some probably about some jury instructions, some logistical things and things like that. So while we're not able to use your time efficiently this morning, I still hope to do that here. And we are still ahead of where we thought we would be at this point in time. So I know it looks like there's some downtime, but we're still going to use it efficiently from our end. And we are still ahead of where we thought we would be. So enjoy the morning, I guess. And we will see you at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. All right, Ms. Stauch, I'm going to go back through some of the questions that I talked to you about last week. I just want to confirm prosecution, there are no prior felony convictions. Is that accurate?
Correct, Judge. There were some prior felony arrests, but they were not convictions.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Stauch, how old are you? And we've talked a little bit about your education. You have a bachelor's degree, a master's degree, and a doctorate degree. Do I have that right? And how's your health today? And are you now or have you been under the influence of any alcohol or drugs in the past 24 hours? Do you understand that you have a right not to testify? Can you hear her okay, Kathy? Okay. And if you choose not to testify, then the jury can be instructed about that right and be told that they cannot infer your guilt from the fact that you remain silent, and that it would still be the prosecution's burden to prove the elements of the case to the jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that? Do you understand, however, that you have a right to testify? And do you understand that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so? Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you may be cross-examined by the prosecution concerning any matters which are relevant and material to this case? Do you further understand that juror questions may be submitted, but that the same rules of law, evidence, and procedure that apply to lawyer questions will apply to juror questions, and that improper juror questions will not be permitted? However, legally proper juror questions may be asked of you if you decide to testify. Do you also understand that the decision to testify or not to testify is yours personally, and only you can make that decision? Do you further understand that even though your attorneys may disagree with your decision, that the decision is entirely yours and yours alone? Do you fully understand this advisement? Is there anything further you wish for me to explain to you concerning your right to testify or not testify? What is your decision? Do you wish to testify or not testify? All right. We'll wait until Dr. Lewis has concluded her testimony, and we will see where we are then. And we'll go from there. In the meantime, let's use a little bit of the time for jury instructions, just preliminarily. I'm going to take out the instruction regarding discrediting by conviction of a felony. We've not had anybody. The instruction regarding expert, I think, is missing some language. I have to look at it. It looks like it's missing some language, so I just need to look at it. And then, Mr. Tellini, do you have a theory of defense? Are you intending to submit one? Okay, so, all right. And do you have any objections to the instructions that have been tendered by the prosecution?
The only one I have, they all appear directly with Bulgy, except it's the one about lay witnesses.
Right.
On sanity. The objection to that one, I understand it comes from statute, but I think it unnecessarily highlights, that testimony. I mean, clearly witnesses can do that. The court, clearly allowed them to do it. So I think it's implied that it's acceptable for them to do that instead of the research.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Young?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Not prepared to give you case law on this particular issue this time, so I'd like to reserve argument until I find the case that addresses this issue.
Okay.
Obviously, there's a statute right on point that allows that to happen, which is 16.8.109. The jury has heard that type of testimony. Defense has objected in front of the jury to that type of testimony. Therefore, the people feel it's necessary to give them an instruction as law with regards to layperson testimony. The wording of that instruction is, I believe I used that particular instruction in another homicide case where insanity was an issue. I just can't recall what case I got that from. And so I'll be able to get that to the court this afternoon.
Okay.
Of course, the defense has an alternative instruction that they'd like to provide. We're more than welcome to look at it.
Well, I'm looking at 16.8.109. This issue came up earlier, I think, in response to Mr. Grusing's testimony. Okay. All right. All right. And Ms. Stauch, as I understand it, you're willing to waive your presence for the jury instruction conference? Okay. All right. I'm looking at 16.8.109, and as I was about to say, I think that the instruction as submitted, I'm not sure I'm going to give it in the form that it's in light of, get the citation for you here. I know the case is People versus Dunlap, but I can't remember the citation offhand.
Got 173 P. Does it sound right? Dunlap?
Nope, I'm thinking it's 36 P third 778. And the case that I'm thinking about now, granted, there are a number of different iterations of Dunlap because it's a death penalty case, so it went up and back a number of times. But I think the case that I'm looking at is 36 Pacific 3rd 778. I can tell you for sure the principle of law is that it was reversed because the language in the instruction that was given by the court did not specifically track the language in the death penalty statute. And so I think the closer that language in an instruction tracks the actual language in the statute, I think the better we are. I do think, and I am inclined to give such an instruction in part because it's warranted by the law, and in part because there has been some testimony regarding from lay witnesses regarding their impressions about Ms. Stauch's mental status at any particular time. And so I think that the jury should be advised that they can, whether they give way to that or not is up to them, but I think that they should be advised that it's proper to consider that and take that into consideration. And then the only other question that I had was you submitted a jury instruction that I didn't know what the source was. It says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged. It sounds like it's a standard instruction somewhere, but I didn't find it.
Gannon. I did these so long ago, it's hard to remember where I got.
Okay.
I got most of them from Colgy, but I also did some from prior cases that I had. So I'll do some research while we have some time and figure out where I came up.
Okay, that one, that's the only one that I had the question about. So, and let's see. Is there anything else that we need to address prior to Dr. Lewis's testimony at 1 o'clock? Mr. Young?
Besides what we talked about yesterday, that's the only concern I have.
Well, let's talk about that because she's going to be here at 1 o'clock. So what is it that you are requesting?
That the court remind her that she's not to get into the substance of her meeting on Sunday for 3 hours with the defendant and.
Okay. All right. Okay. Mr. Tellini?
She does in the evaluation, diagnose with a possible traumatic brain injury and reference earlier hospitalizations in the report that was provided before.
Can you show me where that was?
Yeah.
That's in there. I just remember reading that as well.
I remember reading it. I just can't remember which report, whether it was hers or someone else's. I didn't recall it as I was looking at it in hers. So what page are you looking at, Mr. Tilley? I see the diagnosis of the traumatic brain injury by history, but I didn't see where she mentioned, yesterday we were talking about a softball incident. I didn't see that mentioned. Okay. No, not well, 1 o'clock.
Okay, because they're confused on the 11th.
Yeah, no, 1 o'clock,
Yeah.
because that's when Dr. Lewis will be here.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't take her back to CJC.
Yeah, so on the, preliminary report,
The preliminary, okay.
yes, on the third page,
Third page.
talked about a second diagnosis could be, partial seizure. These kinds of seizures are characterized by auras. She was severely injured when a shell fell on her head and knocked her unconscious. Part of that, she suffered a head injury and was taken to the emergency room, cardiac CAT scan, and had a discharge of diagnosis.
Okay. Mr. Young?
But nothing about a softball, obviously, injury. It's in her report that may lead to this conclusion that she comes up.
Okay.
And I do recall her talking to Ms. Stauch about the bookcase during her forensic interview that was recorded back in.
Okay. I think she can talk about that. Again, she can't talk about a softball injury other than to say that what she says here, prior to that, she suffered a head injury, was taken to an emergency room, required a CAT scan, and had a discharge diagnosis of brain damage. I think she can talk about that. What? Oh, she wants to come back. She can. Other than that, is there anything else that we need to take up?
Nothing from the people.
Defense? Okay. All right. We'll see everybody at 1 o'clock then. And I will tell you that even if we finished early today, we're not going to do closings tomorrow. I think it's fair to give everybody some time to get things together. So the earliest that I would anticipate closings would be Friday. I just think everybody needs to have some time to put all of their thoughts together. So, all right, we'll be in recess then.
There it is. Closing arguments will be Friday because we don't have court on Thursday. So actually, that's a really good thing, I think, for the jury. Let's see. Britt says, my heart was heavy for Al after yesterday. How betrayed he must feel that Letecia Stauch was trying to be besties with Landon after they fought so hard to get custody of the kids. Brain damage, really? Wow. No, I completely agree. I took notes yesterday. Let me mute this audio. Can you guys hear me okay? Let me get a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, just so I can make sure that I am good. I know there's not a whole lot of us here, but I thank you so much for those of you joining. I love talking about this stuff. Let me get my notes. Yesterday, I finished a notebook and started a new one. Can you guys hear me okay? Oh, I can hear me on mine, so I'm good to go. What y'all think about that witness? What was the point? What was her point? What was her point? Why did you come? Why did you come? You met with her twice, but the great thing was, guys, she met with her before all of this happened, like barely a month, like a little bit over a month. And so, yeah, they were like, was she good? And she was like, oh, yeah, she was fine. I recommended she went and talked to somebody. And I think it was Britt that said she really only did it just to get a letter to say why she couldn't work, because she didn't want to work. Because, anyway, I feel you, but yeah. Let's look at the notes really quick. If y'all don't mind, I just woke up my little. Good morning. Let me see. Okay. Hey, he turned 7. He's not little anymore. Just in case you guys didn't know that. Let's see. So the laundry area had blood droplets. There was blood on the door and the handle in the laundry room that led to the garage. I think that was, we talked yesterday about where the suitcase was and where it all happened. And I think we kind of found out in the timeline, pretty much. So someone had asked, I think it was, yesterday or the day before, if Letecia had taken Al to the yeah, he's got he's the center of the world. And he's not little no more. He's 7. We're big. If Letecia had taken Al to the airport, and no, he didn't. And so Al had to fly from, his mom was there visiting, and they had all went out to dinner and then came back. So really quick, 6:55 in the morning was when Al's flight left from Denver International Airport to fly into Dallas. And that was on the 26th. That was the Sunday. They went to the Garden of the Gods at 2. Or is about the time that they left home. Harley clocks in about 3:15 at Massage Envy. By 3:30, Al's texting Gannon, hey, buddy. 3:41, Letecia sends that picture. So this is a picture that's been on our thumbnail. That was taken Sunday, so the day before the prosecution, everybody believes that he was passed away. Between 3:53 and 4:11 is when Al and Letecia have the back and forth conversation of text about Gannon having the accident out on his trip. 4:46 at Tiguan, and the 360 Life 360 data shows that they return back home to the 6627 Mandan Drive. And then Harley comes home from work. So that at that point, once Harley gets there, we got Harley, Letecia, Gannon, and Lena all there at the home. Harley isn't there yet. It's like 5:11, 5:12. Harley asked Letecia for some food. They never said if anything, if she brought her anything or anything like that. And then at 9:46 is when there's the video of the candle made. Harley gets the text from Letecia about the candle, and they go back and forth. And this happens at about 9:54. So that's about 10 o'clock at night. I'm going through this just really quick in case you guys missed it, in case you had any questions. And for my own sake, they went ahead and ended the webinar. For my own sake, because I still have a few gaps personally, I feel like, and I'm really curious. I'm really still torn on Harley's part, right? Because I just feel like it happened so quick. She had an hour, and then another 30 minutes after that. And then I know she stayed up all night because her phone activity shows it, but I don't know. I understand what it takes to clean up and fix messes, and not on this level by no means. That's what I'm saying. That's what's crazy to me. So Letecia sends the candle pic with the blue burnt blanket at 9:56 on Sunday night. Now, the significance of that blanket is because that was the blanket found in her suitcase that they got in South Carolina. At 9:57, she says the house is smoky. She put out the fire right away. She sends a picture of the spilt candle. 9:58, 9:59, the conversation continues, clear to about 10:15. This was the first time that I really had heard, and maybe I just had missed it before. This was the first time that I had heard the prosecution say, because at this time she's telling Harley, we had to run and get in the truck, and we drove around, and I didn't know what to do, but we were all safe. Lena got the dogs in the car, and then I went down and jumped on Gannon, and blah blah. And there was no video, and it never showed that they left. At 10:18, Harley clocks out. 10:24, they have a conversation. She sends Letecia and Harley have another conversation. She sends her pictures of the couch. And the investigator did say that from what he saw, there was no burn on the couch. It was just like spilt wax on the couch. 11:30, Letecia texts Al and says that Gannon has been on the toilet. He's been up and down. She talks about the candle, that he wrote on a notebook that he was sorry. Guys, we don't even know all of what this girl did to this boy. Like, seriously. The text was really long. She said he was scared, he was embarrassed, and there was no response from Al because I believe Al was asleep when that happened. So imagine waking up and it's just all about how your son pooped in his pants and blah, 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 blah. And then he got burned with a candle and the house almost caught on fire. And like, imagine that. I feel like this was like an everyday like occurrence because you can tell by the way that Al looks at Letecia in that courtroom, even though he's looking at the back of her head, like he's like, oh, like you can tell he's like, I can't believe I even laid in the same bed with this chick. Thank God they didn't have kids. So Monday, the 27th, so this is D-Day, 2:48 a.m., she sends the text to Al saying G is staying home. He is bleeding out of his bottom. And she doesn't use that word. She says butthole. But like 2:48 in the morning. This happened over time. And we know he left. But I wonder how hurt Gannon was when he got into that truck that day at about 10 o'clock. Britt says she probably put him through hell for those 5 years. I'm sure she did. Poor Harley, like her whole life. And like, while I feel sorry for Harley and I don't, it's just it's a catch-22. But she is a victim, I believe, in all of this because at the end of the day, she was at work. She probably loved Gannon. She probably wanted nothing more than to have a stable home and to have somebody that was good for her mom. And, look what happened. Like, this is all Letecia. It really is. And that, I don't know how she grew up. You can't believe her. I feel like, Dakota Lowry, her brother, even though there was 12, 17 years difference or something like that. He got up on the stand and was like, nobody should not like my mom. No one should have a problem with my mom. Like, and while I understand children of different generations, I have a 26 and I have a 7, and my 7 has gotten a completely different mom than my 26, to the point that even with my older kids, I've had to go back and apologize and say, I didn't know, like I was a kid, I was growing up with you, like, I'm sorry. Britt says I would have been going to the doctor if my child was bleeding. Seriously, like that has never happened. And the way she said it was not like it was just like a little bit because something tore because, bowels was a little bit dry or hard or something like that. She made it sound like it was like an issue and a problem. And like I said, he's waking up to this. At 4:36 is when she texts or sends the email to her school saying that her stepdad died and he was hit by a car. So at 11:30, she texts him, he's asleep, but she texts him, tells him this is all what's going on. 2:48, text him again. 4:36. Debbie Cowling says, of course you would. Anyone with an ounce of a brain would rush him to the hospital. Absolutely. Absolutely. She, as sane as she is ignorant AF. Like, she really is. So from 4:36 to 5:02, there's text from Letecia to Al, saying, I guess I'll just make an excuse. It is not true. No, I don't think it happened. It was a way for her to try to say that there was blood, but that would put blood in the bathroom. And I don't know that they ever said that they found any in there. Although the bathroom would be the easiest place to clean up, mess of that nature. But I think she probably chased that kid all over the place. I don't know. A lot of his defensive wounds, a lot of those stab wounds were on his left side, which made me think maybe he was laying in the bed. Maybe she gave him the hydrocodone. It kind of sort of knocked him out. She thought maybe he was asleep. She could go stab. I don't know. There are so many, so many things. This bitch was crazy, y'all. She was crazy. So she's telling Al that I guess I'll just have to make an excuse as to why I can't go to work. And, he's like, oh my God, like, is he okay? Like, hold on, wait, you just telling me a whole bunch of stuff about my kid. Leticia's in there talking about, I'm exhausted. I can't breathe because of the smoke, da 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 da. And she sends the pics of some pics to him. At 5:49, Leslie Hicks, the lady at her school, is like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, yada yada. And Letecia even chooses to gaslight this lady, right? Because Letecia never says, I'm not coming into work, I need a substitute. She doesn't say anything. She just kind of leaves it open. And this probably works face to face with people who pacify her, right? So she can just kind of like blase blah. She literally does that, blah blah yada yada, and you can tell in her voice she gets real sing-songy. You can hear it when she's talking in the body cam footage. That's why I can't wait to get her on the stand. Come on, Letecia, you gotta talk. Get up there, girl. You gotta talk. But she is having a hard time doing it through, or it doesn't work for her through the email with the lady at the work, with Leslie Hicks. So Leslie Hicks is like, hey, I can't make an assumption for you. I need you to tell me, are you going to be at work or not? Britt says, I can't breathe from the smoke, but I'm going to let my stepson sleep downstairs in the smoke. Right. And why she didn't think something like shuts off on her brain, right? She's like, oh, that's a good idea, boom, and like never does a consequence pop up, because I feel like no one in her life has held her accountable to those consequences. We learned early on in elementary school that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, and whether you like it or not, something is going to happen from that choice that you made. And I think Letecia has something that stops her from, or maybe she just doesn't care. Like, I don't have to think past this point. I just got to get to this point, is maybe how, I don't know. So by 7:21, Leticia's texting, messaging her back, and in my opinion, she's kind of rude. She's like, you can't just, like, obviously this is my family we're talking about, so gaslights her. Leslie's like, I can't make any assumptions. Let's see, 8:09 to 8:10. Yes, go. Leticia's messaging Al. She's like, I keep calling you back. And Al's like, hey, pardon me. I was like, hey, I'm about to be in class. Like, I'm here for a reason. I've got to go do my stuff to, like, provide a living for you and my children. And she's like sending him pictures of the burnt carpet because she's not getting the attention from him. Now, mind you, she hadn't got attention from him all night. Remember, she was texting him all night, and the fact that he's not there with her, and I really think she probably was cheating on him. I don't know, none of that's came out, but someone who accuses someone of cheating is usually the one cheating. Britt says, and I feel like Harley should have stepped up and said, oh, hey, we should have Gannon come sleep upstairs too. Something just doesn't sit right with me about Harley. Baby girl, I am 100% right there with you. And Harley, if you ever see this, sorry girl, but yeah, you a little sus. You are a little sus. So from 8:10 to 8:16, Letecia sends the same text again to Al, because she's like, you're not listening to me. So she sends that big long text that she sent before that says, hey, he caught on fire, blah, blah, blah. He wrote in the notebook. She sends all that again. Al says, okay, because he probably is used to her freaking out over the stupidest things, because I feel like that's probably what she does about the wrong things, right? Because she's got to freak out and make the things that she's not lying about be a big problem to distract everybody from all the things that she lies about. Just my theory. She said that he was playing a game and he didn't want to get caught. And that's, I don't know. I guess he had lit the candle because of the smell, but he was down there playing a game and he didn't want to get caught, and that's how it got messed up. Sends the sofa pic, says they cut the carpet. There's no response from Al. So Leticia's getting pissed. By 8:14, she takes a pic of Gannon in bed, laying with the covers that they found in Florida in the suitcase. She actually sent 2 pictures from kind of 2 different angles. You talk about a morbid ass bitch. I wish they would have, like, kind of stressed that a little bit more, these pictures, because I get it that those pictures would have been relevant and would have fit your agenda, Letecia, if you wouldn't have said anything about the candles. But when you started talking about the candle and the fire and the happening to jump on him and he got burned and all this stuff, and then you send this picture of him laying there, I don't even know if he was alive. And actually, her crazy self probably took the picture and then immediately did it. I don't know. The pictures was taken at 8:14 and at 8:18, sends them to Al, no response. By 8:30, Harley clocks in. Now listen, in all of the, so earlier, when did she clock out? Hold on, because it's not a very long drive. I want to say less than 20 minutes. Harley clocks out at 10:18. I didn't write that down. Hold on, there's somewhere else that. Hang on, let's see when she clocked out that day, because I think I wrote that. At 4:15, Harley clocks out, and by 4:37, Harley arrives home. Someone do the math real quick. I'm not good at that. 4:15 to 4:37, what, 15, 20 minutes is the drive. So if she clocked in at 8:30, she probably left at about 8:10. So she left about the time that Letecia starts texting Al again and causing trouble, because now the other responsible person's leaving the house, and now she's got free reign to do what she does. So Letecia says that so Gannon supposedly sends this message to Al that he has met a friend that has like an older brother, or there's an older friend that has a vehicle, and something about wanting to take bath salts and blah, blah, blah. It was Letecia that sent that message. And then she's talking to Al about Gannon looking at TikTok videos and how she blocked the switch from the Wi-Fi and from the Alexa. And I think at that point, that was how she was covering up that you weren't going to be able to get a hold of him. There wasn't going to be service on these devices. Which to me is like, while I still fully don't understand the motive, some people believe it was so that she could be the stepmom of a missing child and get that sympathy and that attention that her narcissistic self craved. I don't know. I think she wanted to hurt. She didn't like the boy, I don't know. I say it like that. His name is Gannon. I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean that as the way she thought in her mind. Like, I don't like that boy. He poops on himself. He probably called her out on her bullshit. But she says that was why they went on the hike, was because she had seen him watching this TikTok stuff. Al was like, hey, yeah, I saw Lena watching one of the TikTok videos Lena watched made her cry. So I'm totally all for it. And they just kept, he mentions ground him, he can't play his game and da-da-da. And I feel so bad for Gannon because he probably wasn't, none of his behavior negated probably him being grounded. I think she was a spaz. And anyway, Britt says, I think it's the attention thing, but also you can tell she had a deep-rooted issue with Gannon. Right. I think it was a personal vendetta she had against him. He was a boy. Boys are messy. Boys are gross. Boys are, but boys showed the best love. I know Landon is hurting so bad. I could not imagine. I have 3 boys and a girl, and the connection I have with my boys is different. I'm not saying I love them anymore, by no means. It's not like that, but there's a difference for a little boy and his mama than it is for a girl. It's just like a girl and her daddy, I wouldn't know what that's like, but that's okay. So at 9:27, Letecia and Harley are texting, and Letecia freaking, they skirted right past over this. Letecia screenshots her conversation with Al and sends it to Harley. Carla says, me too, 3 boys and 1 girl. Man, if I'd have had my girl first, I probably would have stopped. No, I love sister. I love sister so much. Let that sink in. Why is she sending all of this stuff over to Harley? You're covering your tracks. You're including this child. Like, she's already freaked out. She's at work, freaked out. You've done told her, well, you know, she done came home, but went back to work, and you've got all this issue, and Gannon doesn't feel good, and blah, 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 blah. Why are you sending this to this girl? Britt says, yes, I totally understand because I have 1 boy and 2 girls. My connection with my little boy is so different than my girls. It really is. But Letecia wasn't his mom. Immediately, she's talking with, I think it was Detective Bethel at the time. And she's like, you don't know how hard it is to be a stepmom. Well, I mean, I don't know how hard it is to be a stepmom. I'm not in that position. But like, first off, you just stop only thinking about Letecia. And you couldn't do that. There's no way she could do that. She couldn't do that in her relationship. She couldn't do that in anything. Now, I will say she probably had a really toxic relationship with Chance, Harley's dad. And I'm sure that happened. There was drugs, alcohol, substances involved, crime, domestic violence. So I'm sure but Al was her way out of that life, right? He was military. Now they're living on base. Like she had to do that complete opposite, you know, that life change. Letecia, you got a great opportunity, woman. Like, you know, some people would love to be able to get taken up out of that bad situation that they're in and meet somebody who cares and loves them and offers their home and their children, their most prized possession. You were in charge of. And it while she keeps mentioning that she needed to work, she kept also trying to not work. So I feel like they did okay. And Al that was one of the things here we're about to get to, because there's conversations back and forth. It shows them at the Petco. It was unusual that she left her phone at home. Did y'all catch it? She sent the message to Al saying that she left her phone at home while they were sitting in the driveway of the home. But you could go in and go get your shit. No, because there's a reason I'm leaving it at home. But by 11:28, Al's texting Letecia talking about, I need to go to the PX and buy some toiletries. Like, is that okay? Do we have enough money? So Letecia, you had it made, girl. You really, really, really had it made. So Gannon's phone is the only thing that's available at that point. Letecia didn't even read that message from Al about the toiletries until 2:45 p.m., which if you realize that's after she got home. So this lady leaves her phone at home, leaves the house from 10 o'clock till 2, almost 2:30. And then it's another 15, 20 minutes at the house when you get home before you look at your phone. Bullshit. You were on your phone way too much. You were busy. You were preoccupied. You were doing stuff. So the prosecution says that Gannon was killed between 2:20 and 3:15. 2:20, 2:30, 2:40, 2:50, 3, 55 minutes, an hour. We know it took some time. He had so many injuries that it wasn't quick. You know, it wasn't, and I don't think it really was all over the place. I think it was in that downstairs area, and then he probably ran to his freaking bed, and then she attacked him in his bed, if you ask me. So Al is messaging her during this time, and she's not replying. Lena comes home from school at 3:15. And at one of the points, one of the interviews, I think it was with John Grishing, she said, I kept expecting someone to come to the door because we always get an Amazon. And then I knew that Lena was going to come home. And she's referencing when Eduardo or Quincy Brown is in the house and having them, tied up, and Gannon's hiding and all this, violent stuff is happening. But she makes a point to say how much she was keeping an eye on the door and paying attention, and she knew exactly when somebody was going to be at that door and be home. Al is he texted her at like 3:10. Al's like, you said you were asleep. 3:31, Al's calling Letecia a few times. 3:32, she calls Al back for 3 minutes. If in fact Gannon was murdered between 2:20 p.m. and 3:15 p.m., this evil narcissistic witch called this man at 3:32, just 15 minutes later, after having brutally you still have to have evidence on you, right? And she talked to him for 3 minutes. I wonder if she was out of breath. I wonder what that conversation was like. I wonder if Al has went back in his brain, I'm sure he has, and tried to figure out, what was said right then, and did he hear anything in the background, or I can't imagine. At that point in time, Al texts Gannon, and that text was not read until 7:40 that evening, and that was once Gannon was already reported missing, and it was read by the defendant because the only person home was Harley and Lena and Letecia, and she said Gannon wasn't there, but he was just deceased. So at 4:11, Al texts Letecia about headphones because he needs some new headphones. And when I tell you her text back and forth to him, when we listened to that in the timeline yesterday, it was so nonchalant. She's like, oh, like the ones you had. And he's like, yeah, the ones that go over my ear. And, and she's like, oh, yeah, those are about like, $100 or whatever happened in that conversation. This is an hour after the prosecution alleges that she killed him. 4:15, Harley clocks out, and she's on her way. At 4:19, she texts Letecia and says, I just got off, and Letecia texts back, yay. Yeah, yay, because my helper's on the way, because I got this big-ass mess I got to take care of. 4:37, Harley arrives home. At 4:50, there's a FaceTime from Harley and Letecia with a 0 duration, but Harley and Lena leave the house and get in the Jetta. And then at 4:52, Letecia says, I need carpet powder, I need trash bags, I need baking soda. While she's there, Harley does try to FaceTime her. There's no connection. Then they FaceTime for about 10 seconds. And then the Dollar Tree, she's there about 5:15, 5:20. There's another FaceTime between Letecia and Harley at 5:19. It doesn't go through. 5:20, it's about 10 seconds. And then about 5:30, 5:33, Harley returns home. So she was gone for about an hour. So she had from 2:20 to 3:15 to do the crime. 3:15, Lena gets there. 4:15, Harley gets there. She's got an hour there. And then she sends him on a little run, so she's got about another hour. So I don't know, 3 hours? Maybe. I mean, clearly, I guess it was possible because she did it. I am curious if she used that shot back. They mentioned it, but they never said if there was any evidence in it. At 5:34, Al asked Letecia to have the kids FaceTime him. There's no response for a whole hour. So it wasn't until 6:30, and she says, hey, Gannon's off going with his friends. He says, and she said, I told him to be home at 6. And he says, send Lena down there to go get him. Is it this person right down the street? Just send her down there. She's like, well, it's raining. Oh, wait, no, it's sleeting. And then at that point, it just kind of gets combobulated, right? From 6:40 to 6:49, she's like, oh, we're taking the truck to go look for him. Oh, he's not here. We're going to Lily's. Al is like, what? What? Letecia calls Al. They have a 4-minute phone call at about 6:49 that night. 6:53, Al texts Gannon. Again, it's not read until 7:40 p.m. Letecia calls the non-emergency actual sheriff's office, which closes. She calls, and it's a 9-second call. 6:55, she calls 911. 2-minute and 50-second call. That's when he's officially missing. 6:58, there's a non-emergency phone call. From 6:59 to 7:08, Letecia and Al are kind of communicating back and forth. Al's like, "Where are you?" Leticia's like, "I'm in the driveway." She's like, "I'm on hold." He's like, "What the fuck? How tall is he?" And then Leticia's like, "I'm freaking out." Harley leaves in the Jetta to go and search the park. This is all about 7 o'clock. At 7:06, Harley tries to FaceTime. 7:08 to 7:16, Letecia to Harley, "Hey, did you have any luck?" She's such a bitch. No, go lay down. Sorry, the puppy dog. The big puppy dog. No. 7:10, Letecia to Al. They have a 14-minute, 27-second phone call. I'm so curious to know what those phone calls sounded like, what that interaction was like between this narcissistic, batshit crazy bitch that just killed his son. I want to know. I want to know. Oh, Al, I want to know. Tell me about those combos. 7:18, there's a call from the sheriff. Harley comes back home about 7:24. 7:31, Letecia calls Al 5 minutes, 35 seconds. And then at 7:43, you guys hear him trying to talk. At 7:43, Al messages Letecia, and then that's when the swishers get brought up. Now I've gotta stress the fact that he's with these older kids, he's outgone, he's doing bad, blah, blah, blah. Harley FaceTimes Al about 7:45. The defendant sends a message. And I put that they hung. Oh, so while Harley's FaceTiming Al, I guess they get hung up. And then she sends Al a message. Letecia does, like, "Why'd you hang up on her?" This is when the bath salts, a straw. Leticia's like, "I'm crying." And I wrote in my notes, like, WTF, because screw you, bitch. We don't care. They're wanting to know, like, is the police there? Was there drugs? About 7:53, Harley gets in her Jetta to go around the block. Letecia to Al, she's like, "Hey, Connor's mom's here. I can't breathe. I'm talking to Connor's mom. I can't breathe." 8 o'clock, Letecia to Al, 1 minute, 24-second conversation. 8:05, Al's on the phone with the police. Letecia asks what was said. She wants to know. Al's like, "Hey, I've emailed everything, but you're talking crazy. Where's the guns?" She's like, "Hold on, I'm looking for the guns." Then she's like, "Oh yeah, I was an older middle schooler." She says all the guns are accounted for. They have another phone call for about 11 minutes, 47 seconds. While she's on the phone with Al, she's also texting Harley. Oh, finished my notebook. 8:37 at night, there's a phone call. Harley's like, "Hey, do you need anything?" 9 o'clock, from a call from Al to Letecia, another 15-minute call. They have another 2-minute call. Then there's some inbound calls to Letecia for about 4 minutes from people from South Carolina. So this is probably her brother, her mom, her family trying to check on her. Because she's the victim, remember? Back and forth, Al to Letecia, little phone calls here and there, Al to the sheriff. And then at 9:46, Landon tells them to track the switch through Gmail. Now there's conversations taking place from Gannon's phone to Landon, which made me wonder how many times that may have happened to Landon. How many times did it happen that you were speaking with Letecia and you thought you were speaking to either Al or Gannon or even Lena? Leticia's crazy like that. She clearly, here in just a little bit, once her phone gets taken, she's discussing stuff with Al like she's Harley. And even when Al kind of makes it clear, like without saying, I know it's you, he kind of says, I know it's you, she still presses the fact that it's Harley. You're not my dad. You'll never be my dad. Like, Letecia, don't you feel dumb saying some of this stuff? I swear. But she uses Gannon's phone to communicate with Gannon's mom while he's missing. So now at 10:08, Leticia's on the phone with Al, and she's like, hey, I talked to Landon. I told her everything. I told her the whole deal. And she said, the cops are right here. They heard it all. I told her everything. The sheriff arrives. It's like 10:09. This is when she's on the phone. So Carol, she said she's going to wait for this next witness. She's going to let the next witness testify because she has the right to hear all of the evidence against her before she decides. But I'm really thinking we might be leaning towards seeing this little witch up on the stand. And I sure hope so. I'm here for it. Ooh, I'm here for it. So the sheriff arrives at 10. That's where we see that first initial walkthrough. 10:35 to 10:43, out to Letecia. Have you heard anything? She says, it's overwhelming me. They're wanting dental information. And he goes, if they're wanting dental records, that's to identify. And he's like, oh my God, like, this is crazy. Something's not right. Something's bad. At this point, Gannon is still there. At the house, on that property, deceased, and inside of a suitcase. Britt said the prosecution is going to drill her, and I'm so ready for it. He has waited and waited and waited and waited to get in her ass. Let's see. 10:46. So there's another little 30-second call from Letecia to Al at 10:45. 10:46. Gannon's phone to Landon, another 12-minute call, 6 seconds. They believe it was Letecia. 10:53. There's a pic of Gannon's phone or whatever of that cigar. That picture gets sent of the cigar. 11:01 to 11:09. Al to Letecia. I'm talking to the police. Leticia's like, I'm about to have a heart attack. She even says, you're not concerned about me. You're not even worrying about me. And she keeps talking about being on Facebook, and then in parentheses, I wrote gross, because she fucking makes me sick. 11:09, Al to Letecia, more phone calls. 11:29, Letecia calls her mom. At 11:39, the deputies leave. So they are there for about an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes or so. And he's officially put in as missing, probably on the database or whatever, at 11:49 p.m. on the 27th. Harley and Letecia are talking. 11:51. Leticia's like, hey, I may need to run to the store. My head's about to bust. She's texting Al. Said that there was one time they asked about, did she ever go out to like search? And in the timeline, he said there was the one time that she did go, and it shows her and Lena, I guess, go down a few houses and go to someone's door. Other than that, she had pretty much been on social media. The next morning, early morning, so midnight, 12:09 a.m., Letecia to Al, it's a voicemail. Then they have a phone call about 40 minutes later for about 8 minutes. Leticia's asking for help. She says, has that video of Gannon. She's getting tips from Facebook. All those tips from Facebook, they said they did go and check them to make sure that they were, that they were good or not. Letecia to Al, her pain is is worse in her chest and stuff. And he's like, I'm not trying to be insensitive. And she's like, well, I give my all. I give my all to you and these kids and this family, and you're not even worrying about me. 2:46 a.m. Aditra Moss messages with Letecia asking about Gannon. And then Letecia sends to Al at 2:46 to about 3 a.m. back and forth. And she's like, no one's supportive of step parents. No one's being supportive. You know how hard it is to be a stepmom? And Al is like, by the way, Gannon's missing. Oh, yeah, Gannon. Oh, my son. And I wrote in here, wow, go Al, because he did really good. And then Letecia at 3:05, she's like, he could be long gone, babe. There's a big old long message she sends, and there's no response from Al. So I feel like maybe he just walked away from his phone. He got some sleep, something. 4:59, Leticia's messaging Al, you're ignoring me. You're not being kind to me. Bitch, fuck you. 5:15, message to Letecia from another parent. And she says, hey, they're saying he wasn't at school today. And Leticia's like, no, he had a doctor's appointment for his stomach. But then he was feeling good enough to go out, hang out with his friends. 5:27, Letecia gets a phone call from a 631 area code. Al's taking it out on me, she says. 5:41, G messages Landon with a pic of the room. So Letecia messages Landon on Gannon's phone with a picture of Gannon's bedroom, basically saying, look, he left all of his stuff here. He didn't take shit with him. She was evil. She is evil. The local message and Amber Alert stuff, or not really an Amber Alert, but the local alert, whatever, goes out. This is when at 6:18 a.m., this is when the truck kind of moves forward a little bit. Leticia's telling Harley at this point not to answer the door. This is when she drives to Bradley Road. Carol or Gail, I don't remember which one of you, my apologies, asked yesterday about what was at Bradley Road. So Bradley Road, when I pulled it up, is what French Elementary, it kind of leads into the elementary school. That is where Letecia said she had parked her car. If you remember, she had it parked at the airport and got the rental car when she picked up Al. He's like, where's the car? She's like, oh, it's at the elementary school. When he drove by the elementary school, he noticed that it wasn't there. That's what's at Bradley Road. I don't know if that was, I don't know. I don't know if they found anything. Clearly, I guess they didn't, because there wasn't any evidence provided. But I wonder if, a murder weapon didn't get stashed there, or maybe even the attempt to put Gannon there. I don't know. But she went straight up to Bradley Road and back. Al lands in Denver at 6:34, and he sends a message to Letecia. 6:35, Gannon's phone again to Landon, talking about, I'm headed out to search. And Landon texts her back, find my baby, please. And to think that you're sitting here messaging her through, like, you have your own phone, you're talking to Harley and you're talking to Al on that, but this woman, you're making her, every time you can call her and message her, it's popping up with Gannon's picture and Gannon's name on there. Oh, you stank hoe. It's just disgusting. I'm sorry. It's hard to hold back how you feel about some of this stuff, because it's ridiculous. This poor kid, man, he went through the hell. 6:36, the Tiguan backs up into the garage. I don't know how to say that word, so that's how I'm saying it. From 6:38 to 6:59, no one leaves the home, not Letecia or Gannon. 6:55 a.m., Al and Letecia. Leticia's like, why are you ignoring me? And she gets mad because Landon asks to stay at the house. And Landon asked Letecia to stay at the house, and Leticia's like, I can't make that decision. And then Al's like, yeah, we put our differences aside at a time like this when my kid is fucking missing, and no, she can stay. You damn right she can stay. She can sleep right next to me if she needs to, because this is our kid that we made, and this is a crazy time. But see, for Letecia, it wasn't a crazy time. She knew exactly where where Gannon was. She knew he wasn't missing. So she says, well, I don't agree with your decision, but okay. And then there's like, call the news. And then I wrote in parentheses that she is awful, because she is. So there's a bunch of calls back and forth from 6:57, 6:59. And then at 6:59, Letecia texts Albert, oh my God, what happened? And I think it's just because he's not been in communication with her. 7:02, Gannon's phone calls Landon again. 7:17, Letecia searches for her first car rental on Priceline. And this is where she's going to, go rent that Kia Rio, because she's got to get to the airport to pick up Al. Now, mind you, she's mad that Al is not replying to her, and Al just flew in early, mind you, and he's walking through Denver International Airport and getting from Denver to Colorado Springs and from one plane to the next and getting his luggage and all of this stuff. And she's pissed off because you're ignoring me. So Harley sends some screenshots to Letecia between where KKTV was, contacting her or something. Letecia to Al, they said they talked to the news. They were tagged in posts on Instagram. Let's see. Harley tries to FaceTime Letecia while she's on the phone with the news. She sends out some local texts asking people for help. 8:13, the phone and the Tiguan move, and they go to the airport. At 8:23, Landon messages Gannon's phone for, I think, pictures of Gannon is what I wrote. Letecia Googles employee parking at the airport at 8:26. I guess she thought maybe if she parks in that area, it'd be a little more undetected. Because remember, on her way to the airport, in that Tiguan was Gannon's body. 8:30, she parks, and she gets the Kia rental. 8:37, Letecia texts Al. There's some FaceTimes with Harley, 8:32 and 8:33. 8:37, she texts Al and says, I'm almost inside, while I'm leaving your son in the trunk of the car in a suitcase. She finally does have a FaceTime again with Harley for 47 seconds. Letecia and Harley, at 8:44, Letecia asks Harley for a picture of the shoes by the front door. And she tells her to pull her car into the garage. Because I think at that point she realized, oh shit, my Tiguan was in there. It was covering up the blood on that wood. And now there's nothing covering it up. And if someone just backs up, they're going to back up over that wood, and then they're not even going to see it. Letecia gets Al. They're in the Kia Rio at about 8:50. Harley, 8:53, says, yep, my car's in, all good. 9 to 9:22, takes about 20 minutes or so. They return home. Letecia calls her mom and somebody else after that. The news station starts calling. The sheriff calls her. There's a group message sent from Harley, because now she's done sent out to all her friends. Hey, guys, my little brother's missing. Help us find, spread the word. Now Al's back, and they're starting to look around Lorsom Ranch, because his kid's missing. Letecia, no matter what you were thinking or what you had going on in your mind, he's on a whole different wavelength. 11 a.m., they're on social media. Al and Letecia have a phone call, and then Letecia tells Harley to have Lena clean up her room. And the prosecution had asked, was like, is that something that you really think Al was like worried about, clean up and all this? And they said no. Letecia leaves. So at 12:30 that afternoon, they do their second canvass. The sheriff's department does. There is a 210 area code phone number that calls at about 12:49. This is a family that has some canine dogs that are like tracking dogs. And they offer their expertise or their help, offer their animals. Letecia's like, oh, well, hey, I got to ask and see if that's okay. Pardon me. 12:57, Letecia Googles the Nintendo Switch. Can, whatever, find my Switch. By 1:28, Well, Letecia FaceTimes Harley for 1 minute and 14 seconds at 1:03, and then at 1:28 they have the Starbucks interview with Detective Bethel. Let's see. They take pictures. They get the pictures from Letecia. They send them to the sergeant. Harley at 2:23 sends a text to Letecia, "What are you doing?" and sends a pic of the dog. So does the apple fall far from the tree? Because that seemed a little random to me. Surely you're sending your daughter screenshots of your, lies and manipulation to your husband. So surely you told her you were going to Starbucks, right? If nothing more than to bring her a caramel macchiato. Okay. So what are you doing texting? Talking about, what are you doing? Oh, here's the dogs. Aren't they so cute? Like, I don't know. People amaze me. Let's see. There's no response from Letecia. There's just some kind of back and forth for addresses and stuff like that. And then Letecia and Detective Bethel, Letecia calls her and she has questions. And she asks, because at this point they want something with Gannon's DNA on it so that they don't, yes, his DNA, but I think they just needed an article or something, so they got the toothbrush. I think maybe at this point they had seen some of the blood. And she says, "Do you want his bandages from when he got burnt on the candle? Wouldn't that have better DNA on it than his toothbrush?" She tells on herself. She tells on herself. She tells on herself. She literally asked her. Yeah, remember that candle accident where he got burnt and he's got burns all over him? Yeah, and he's missing and he was picking it and it was bleeding and stuff. Don't you want that? You want me to give you that evidence? This bitch is nuts. So Harley sends a message to Letecia about 4:36. She's like, "Where'd you go?" Al goes to the sheriff's office. He brings a toothbrush. He brings a comb. That's about 4:40 p.m. 4:41 tries to call Letecia. It's call forwarding and it's not reachable. And at 4:41, there's the airport parking slip. Al sends a FaceTime to Harley about 4:42. Harley texts Al back. Letecia calls Al for about 52 seconds at about 4:50. And then at 5, Harley to Letecia, "Okay, I called them," because she's like, Harley's like, "Hey, you need to call these people. These people are calling the news, the sheriff's department." Letecia's like, "Okay, I called them." But Letecia didn't call anybody. Letecia called Al. She didn't call anybody important. Let me say that. She called Al. So she has a FaceTime for about 56 seconds with Harley at about 5:04. And then 5:18 to 5:23, Letecia's on the phone with Al, and she's freaking pissed. She is mad because he went and did an interview at the sheriff's office. She's like, "You went without me," and she's mad because she don't know what got said. 5:26, there's back and forth, Harley to Letecia. 5:36, FaceTime, there's no connect. 5:37, Letecia tries to FaceTime Harley. Then Al calls, texts, and then call. 5:38 is when the pizza shows up, right? So Harley's been at the house. She's not instructed to open the door. She can't talk to anybody. Here comes the pizza. "Hey, Mom, can I get pizza?" No one moved in the house without Letecia saying it was okay, because Letecia freaked the fuck out whenever anybody did anything that she didn't like. Again, allegedly, just my opinion. So about 6:15, Leticia's asking Al, "Where are you at?" Letecia to Harley, "What's Al doing?" There's 3 unanswered calls between Letecia and Al between 6:39 and 6:48. So Leticia's not getting the attention that she wants from her husband. And at this point, she's like, "Oh, hey, they're saying bad stuff about you." No, bitch, they were saying bad stuff about you. No one made Facebook groups about Al. They did about you. So the Rio was not returned properly to the rental place at the airport. And I thought that was interesting. They said it was just left in the short-term parking lot. She didn't actually go up and return it. So from 7 to midnight, Letecia sends a text to Al at 7 talking about like, you're not communicating with me. And then Letecia's like, you're missing. I don't know where you are. This is 7:08. And mind you, she's getting her airport receipt at about 7:02. So who's missing? Like, where are you at? 7:03, she texts Detective Bethel. 7:17, Letecia texts Al. Harley's at the house 7:21 to 7:23, and she's calling mom like, hey, there's people with badges at the door. She's like, don't let them in. Who is it? It's the detective. The detective's leaving a voicemail with Harley like, hey, we just, need to come in. Now they're looking in the windows. At this time, Al is having his second interview with the sheriff's department. Al knew early on, you guys. He saw it from a mile away, and whether that was because of his experience living with her for the past 5-6 years, or just how she was acting and how she was moving, but she immediately disappeared. Her body could not be in their presence. She physically could not do it. Letecia to Al, I'm going back home. You haven't called me or whatever. They have some dropped calls back and forth. And then at 7:59 to 9:28, that's when her phone goes on airplane mode, and she goes to that S-curve in the Tiguan. This is where they leave, she leaves the board. And from what it sounds like, she placed Gannon there. Only after Gannon got put there and she could be like, I don't know where he's at, actually to someone's face, that's when Letecia went back home. Al's calling Harley from the sheriff's department. There's no, they're not answering. Landon calls Letecia at 9:15. There's no answer. Al to Harley, no answer. From 9:49 to 11:30, she leaves the S-curve and goes to the Briargate shops, parks in front of the Starbucks, and connects to their Wi-Fi. At this point, she's FaceTiming Harley, still in airplane mode or whatever, but however she has it, but now she's hooked to the Wi-Fi. At 10:02, she searches for an Amber Alert. 10:03 to 10:04, Harley texts Letecia. 10:04 to 10:08. Tell me what they're saying. What has our family asked? They're setting me up. I need to get an attorney fast. Wow. We are 24 hours after the police have first arrived at the home to look for Gannon, to call Gannon missing, and she's on the phone with her daughter. They're setting me up. I've got to get an attorney. They go through, they take pics of the entire house, and then she asks what Landon's doing. This girl cannot stand it. She cannot stand it that Landon is there. All she keeps asking about, where's Al? At this point, this is when Harley's like alone with the detective, and Letecia starts freaking out about it. Talking about she needs to be able to leave and blah, 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 blah. A whole while you're at Starbucks and just dump this child's body off on the side of the road. It's awful. H tries to call Letecia, and at that time it's about 10:25, and Letecia is she's at the Starbucks, connected to the Wi-Fi, just been at the S-curve, set out the board and the suitcase with Gannon's body in it, and here from this Starbucks, 10:25, she's messaging Detective Bethel, what do you want from me? Detective Bethel says, hey, come talk to me. 11:30, she leaves the Starbucks, but her phone is still in airplane mode. And so when Harley tries to FaceTime her mom, it doesn't go through. About 11:42 to 11:50, Letecia goes to the Holiday Inn, which is right there by Massage Envy. That's where she leaves the Tiguan, and she connects to their Wi-Fi there. And then at 11:51, she FaceTimes with Bethel. Like, she had to know what they knew. That she just had to know it. She had to insert herself and know what people are saying about her. Now we are to the 29th, which is Wednesday, early in the morning. And at 2:56 a.m., she gets there's a text to a 360 area code. They said they do know who it is, but it wasn't relevant, etc. But it was her SkyWest application, like a portion of it that she had screenshotted. And she also drafted a text to her mom at about 3:20 in the morning. So now we're on day number 2 where her phone activity is going constantly overnight. 7:04, there's a 910 area code saying, hey, Letecia. They said it was irrelevant. 7:19, 7:24, Letecia's speaking with Al. Now, at this point, Letecia is back home. Remember, when the body was there, she couldn't be there. Not with Al and Landon there. She was able to do it with the police, but not with them being there. So now that his body's gone, she came home. There's a whole bunch of back and forth about go up to the, now I'm in the room, unlock the door, lock the door. The dog needs to go out. Can you just come up here real quick? Blah, blah, blah. And then at one point, she is texting Harley about 8:25, like, come get the dog. Like, the dog needs to go out. This is how bad Letecia was embarrassed and could not go out there. There was a sheriff down in the basement at one point with Letecia. And then by 1:30, the January 30th, Thursday, the Jetta and the phone are seized. And at this point, I kind of just relaxed on taking notes a little bit because now it's said and done, and he we know where he's at. A lot of it was just a little bit of irrelevant stuff, very relevant to the case, but irrelevant for us to speak about. So Friday the 31st is when they put that GPS tracker on the Nissan. So by this time, Letecia's family has now came in, and they need a vehicle, so they rent this Nissan. That's also when they rent van number 1. And she has the interview. And in that interview, Letecia, they said 9 to 12 times she said Gannon's name, and over 100 times she said I was talking to a friend and I said 1,000. I was wrong. Sorry, friend. 3:26, they arrive at the hotel. 3:38 is when they place that tracker on. Ooh, they was right on their tail. Right on their tail. That Nissan Altima goes to the S-curve at 3:48. Did y'all hear that? They put the tracker on the car at 3:38. 10 minutes later, she heads back to the S-curve to pick up his body. Yeah, dummy. 441, the Altima is located there. And of course, she has to go through the Starbucks drive-thru when she leaves. Van number 1 was Dakota and Letecia. And again, I didn't really do a whole lot of notes at this point. I think that, so where his body was found was like 1.8 miles from where they stayed in the hotel. And by 3/2, she's taken into custody for murder. And then we got into the searches. And I thought it was crazy that all of those searches started back. They went back to 121. They said that there was so many things that were deleted. And when they delete it, they don't have a timestamp and a date. And so they chose not to put those. Anything she deleted, they didn't include in this. And at 9:05 p.m. on the 21st, she searched for Landon and searched for U-Hauls in the Orlando area. I think this was a wrap back then. This was a done deal back then. What her motive was, I still don't know. Whether it just was for attention, to get back at Landon, the jealousy, the fact that she didn't want to be a stepmom, but she clearly was fine with taking care of kids, because in her search history, she's asking for a rich guy that would pay her to take care of his kids. It was Gannon. It was a vindictive, personal plot against Gannon. And Landon is right at the center of it because she was so jealous of her. Whew. That was a mouthful, guys. If you sat with me through all of that, I thank you, because I really wanted to get that out and just kind of go through that and really to like hear it again, where it's not you know, this stuffy suit guy up there, you know, speaking his little legal jargon. I wanted to hear it in my own sound, how it really is. This is facing reality, guys. That's what we do here. We break this shit down to where, like I said, let that sink in. She's in a rented Nissan Altima that her mom rents. She goes to the S-curve, picks up the dead body in the suitcase, puts it in the car, and goes to Starbucks. Carol says, and searched a body getting shot before he was found. That was a yes. Like I said, we wouldn't have known anything about the burns if she didn't tell us. They couldn't find that there. I'm still curious if there wasn't any SA done to that boy. I still am curious about that, because I feel like she had so much animosity and hate to him that I think she would want to hurt him in like the worst way possible. And I just really, you know, I wonder how many times she hurt him before January 27th. I wouldn't have put it past her to shove him down on the hike, or, you know, maybe part of the hike was she was hoping she could push him off the edge. And I don't know. She really she has a motive, and it may have not fully been clear even to her, but she had a motive to do it. And thankfully, you don't have to prove that in this court of law. And thankfully, she's already said she's guilty. So don't forget that, guys. Regardless, at the end of the day, she finally admitted to doing it. I didn't know it was Gannon. It was a vampire from Twilight with a cape on. And yes, Carol, she searched Casey Anthony. What the freak? I wouldn't be surprised if Casey Anthony's narcissistic ass writes her a letter and they become pen pals. I don't know. The world is crazy. This is why we're here, guys. This is why we're facing reality, because the world out here is not what it appears to be. The people in it are not what they appear to be. They lie to you. They gaslight you. They manipulate you. And if you cannot see through them, take a moment to research a person like Letecia, and then look at your life, look at your job, look at the people around you. I'm not saying claim people as murderers, by no means, but these people out here are, they wear masks. They have social disorders that they don't have feelings like you do. Even myself and you guys watching, we don't have the same feelings. I literally feel in my body, I feel in my organs and inside empathy for people. That's why I'm wearing this. It physically hurts me. There are other people, it doesn't even faze them. They never think twice. They never are concerned about your feelings. They don't care what they say or their actions, how they affect you. They're self-absorbed and only self-concerned. Carol says they said no DNA was found on her daughter because it was in the water. Yeah. That case, they traced the duct tape back to the house. And they found DNA on the duct tape in the Lori Vallow case on JJ, and it was Lori's. Some of these cases have such obvious, smoking guns, and they still walk away. This isn't going to happen. The question here is, does Letecia go to a mental hospital because she's not capable of making, a rational decision or being competent, take care of herself? Or does she go to federal prison? And the only answer here is federal prison, if you ask me. She knew what she was doing. She was fully coherent. The prosecution has 100% proven that. Even through, if nothing more, than the defense's witness just this morning, because that was some dumb shit. Straight comedy. I won't keep you guys. It is 11:58 my time, so 10:58 their time. They're going to come back at 1 o'clock their time. So we have what, a little over an hour. I'm going to go ahead and keep this live up. We can talk in the comments. I'm going to get my kids going on some lunch and some homeschool and all that good fun stuff. I will be in the comments. I'm going to keep everything up just in case they come back. There's no telling what could happen. This girl has felt sick. She was going to throw up. Then she wanted to be escorted out of the courtroom. So there's no telling. I want to keep it up and going just in case, you know, we bust in and she's like, oh yeah, you know, I don't know, tries to jump on Landon or something in the courtroom. But I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Just a huge shout out to you guys, Carol, Britt, Carla, Gail. You guys make my days great sitting here with me. Like I said, I'm doing this with or without you. I'd much rather do it with you guys. So hit the like button if you haven't already. Make sure that you subscribe. Before I go, I did make a quick little video. There was yesterday while we were live, there was an alert that came through for missing and endangered teens. Ivy Webster and Brittany Brewer, and they were out of Okmulgee County, Henrietta, Oklahoma. They were found yesterday deceased along with 5 other bodies. It is a horrible case, not too far from me. You know, once we get, I'm trying to get you guys details on that, but I can't go there and be here at the same time. However, Jesse McFadden was a bad man who was scheduled for a jury trial yesterday. A bench warrant was issued because he didn't show up. The 2 girls were staying with supposed to stay the night there with their stepdaughter. Holly was the mom's name. Holly had 3 children, and it looks like he murdered them all and then himself. And before he did himself in, he, I've got special insight that he contacted his victim from the previous case and let her know that it was all her fault. She was the reason why this happened, and then he offed himself. It's a horrible scene. I think the children were running away when they were shot. We are waiting on updates to come in. All of this just transpired on yesterday. I don't know if you were here watching with us, and I told you, I was in the comments, I said, I'll be right back. Let me go check on this. You can find those videos. I've got a quick short here on YouTube. I've got his court records pulled up on TikTok, so you guys can go follow me there. Go take a look at that. But I will get some more information. I am talking with some of the family. So, you know, maybe we can get a little bit more details, you know, than what we can find out from the police. Anyway, hug somebody, tell them about Gannon. I know, Britt, it is awful. We're talking 3, 4, 5 kids, 2 adults. It's awful. Awful, awful, awful. Her family they're exhausted, they're tired, they're devastated. I can't imagine. I can't imagine. And that's what I told her. I said, I don't even want to begin to act like I know, because I don't. Anyway, subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the like button. I love you guys. We're keeping this stream up. I will peek back in periodically. Think about some questions you guys have, because like I said, I took all those notes. I'll be happy to try to answer them if I can. Grab some lunch, tell somebody about Gannon, and share the live. So happy to see you guys today. Bye. Hey guys, we're about 10 minutes away. Grab you something to drink. I hope you had a wonderful lunch. I've been listening in on the West trial, and whoo, holy cow. One of their children, no, one, sorry, one of their children is on the stand and describing when I believe it was Orson had passed away. So, wow, crazy testimony there too. That's one of those cases where we can't broadcast it. There is no video. There's audio only. I did put the link down in the comments. So you guys can look at it. Crenshaw Incorporated is a great YouTube channel who is there in court. She's been giving updates. AV Watchman gives updates. Both of them have the link to that trial as well. Just remember, you can listen in, but you can't share it, out. Hey, Gail, welcome back to you too. Let me pull up my chat just to say hello. Pardon Sophie in the back. Yes, you can't see anything. You can't see. They don't have cameras in the courtroom, Queen Petty. It is just audio only, which is more than we get with Lori Daybell. The Valo Daybell case, that one we only get a sketch artist and whatever Nate Eaton wants to tell us whenever he gets out. And there's a few really good channels. The Docket has been streaming that audio in the evening times. Wow, there's a lot of stuff going on with true crime right now. So Letecia, we are blessed. We have the ability to see her, to look at her crazy freaking hairstyles, to see her. The other day, she mouthed and sung happy birthday to Harley. We didn't get to see it on our end, but I caught it on some other people's videos because so just to explain to you guys, actually, maybe I can pull this up so that I can show you. Let me show you what the WebEx looks like. You guys doing all right today? I sure hope so. Let me show you what this looks like here. Bear with me just a moment. All right. So if I zoom it out, these are my choices, right? So I can see all three at once, which I know you guys can zoom in on your phones, but not everybody's watching on a phone. So I can do 3, I can do 2, or I can do the 1. So I, for the most part, choose to do the 1 large. That way I can pull up that screen that we're looking at. We can see the courtroom. We can see Letecia. And we've had to, zoom in on her a few times because that bitch is crazy. Her little funky hair, and the other day she had, I don't know if she picked a scab or like what she was doing, but anyway, she's nuts. So I'm excited to see if she is going to testify. Looks like we do have a witness coming up at 1. This one, I don't know what we're going to get, to be honest. The defense doesn't seem to be too excited to defend their client. I would die to know what they were laughing about yesterday when they were cracking up. So much so to the point that it made the prosecution go, I'm sorry, Judge, I don't know what's so funny over here. And the judge didn't say nothing. They did get called up with the deputy there at the end, but I don't know if that just had to do with maybe crowd control or something. We are towards the end of the trial, or wrapping up to go to deliberations. And so that will bring out a lot of media, a lot of people that just want to be there for the end part. They didn't want to put in the blood, sweat, and tears like we did every day, all day. But yeah, it's going to be crazy in there. Queen Petty says, why did they take a long break? So the witness wasn't ready until 1. This may be, I don't know where they flew in from, or, it had to be like travel arrangements or something. They moved quicker in this trial than what they thought. They had set aside 6 weeks. And especially, I think they did that because we have Thursdays off. Judge Werner has a docket every Thursday. And so there was no trial for Letecia, at least 1 day out of the week. So that shortened that 5-day week to a 4-day. And I think they, planned that this would go a lot longer than it did. I think you always plan, ahead and plan to have extra time. However, I think that they I know what took a lot of the time away, shortened it, was the fact that the defense has nothing to say. They can't get up there and say much. They can't ask too many questions because all of these witnesses, when the defense would get up there and ask a question, their question would just help the prosecution a little bit more. So Queen Petty, that's why we took a break for so long, so that we can come back when the witness is scheduled and ready and there. They did go over, here we go. They went over some pretrial stuff too, or some pre-deliberation stuff.
Right. Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present. Courtroom, is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yeah, take that back.
Sorry.
Did I go down the line?
We need Dr. Lewis before the jury comes into the.
Yeah,
Okay. Do we have Dr. Lewis
She is-
somewhere?
supposedly in transit.
Oh, she's not here yet.
She is not.
Okay, well, we won't be starting without her, so, all right. Aside from that, does anybody have anything from the defense?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we know what transit means?
If we approach,
Okay.
All right, looks like the witness is not there yet. They are approaching with the judge. They're at the sidebar right now, really quick. So I'm gonna pop back on here. Let's wait and see. I've still got the volume on, so we'll see. I'm gonna shorten me up so you guys don't have to see so much of me. Don't gotta be so big on your screen. Let's see. Queen says, yep, Queen, all this witness can do is try to convince the jury that she's insane, and I don't believe it'll work. I'm right there with you. I don't believe it will work either. Queen Petty says it won't work. The B is insane. Carol, I know Carol's been waiting. Carol's at work. She's like, I've been waiting till 3. Gail says the searches alone sealed it for me. Absolutely. Oh, here we go. No sound on our end, guys. There she is.
Counsel approach, please.
Oh, look, her attorney's late. Or has he been there, I wonder? Oh, now they're approaching again. They're approaching again. Oh, she looks a little worried. Hang on, let me get me off the screen. And I'm going to stretch her out. Let's get her big, front and center. She looks concerned, don't you think? Gail says the searches alone sealed it for me. Lies, changing stories. If you're cray-cray, you're not going to look to find a face transplant. Girl, who you telling? She was going to be the first woman to transplant her face. I got to laugh because she's crazy. Queen Petty says, I can't wait to see her being handcuffed. It's like music to my ears. So she, one thing you did miss, she decided she was going to waive being in the courtroom when they were talking about jury instructions. Now, they're not giving the instructions to the jury at this point. They were just speaking attorneys, to judge. And she was like, hey, I don't want to be here for this, or I got to sit here. And so they handcuffed her and they put a paper in front of the camera, but they kept moving the paper so you could see her getting handcuffed. Oh, it was wonderful. I loved it. She is scared for what's coming her way. And I really think she wants to testify. And it's going to come right down to the very last second of what she decides. And everything in her
For
wants to
about 10
tell her
minutes or so.
the story again, whatever the freak side that story is. Here we go. Oh, maybe not. Boy, she likes to just sit down. Okay, so they just took all the cameras down. So I guess maybe we're just gonna wait for the witness to get here. I gotta help a kiddo. I'll be right back. Just a moment. All right, sorry. Littles are demanding sometimes. Let's see, what did you guys say? So Queen Petty says, really, when was this? Can you show it later if I don't mind? What? Oh, where she was getting yeah, let me see if I can do it right now, actually. Let's just see. Let's try this. Bear with me. Okay, we'll find some. Just a moment, guys. I'm going to see if I can find it for you. My computer's going slow. we got a lot going on it. So let me turn this Wi-Fi off. Hopefully it won't. Bear with me. Is that messing everything up? Okay, we'll find some. Let's see. So, oh, here it is. Here it is. Hang on.
Particular instruction in another.
Hold on. Okay, for those of you joining us, this is a replay from earlier. Let me mute myself.
Homicide case where insanity was an issue. I
Let
just
me know if
can't
you can
recall
hear.
what case I got that from. And so I'll be able to get that to the court this afternoon.
Okay.
Of course, the defense has an alternative instruction that they'd like to provide. We're more than welcome to look at it.
Well, I'm looking at 16.8.109. This issue came up earlier, I think, in response to Mr. Grusing's testimony. And okay, all right. All right, and Ms. Stauch, as I understand it, you're willing to waive your presence for the jury instruction conference? Okay.
You see her acting like she was going to be sick or something? it takes them a second, but they they move that piece of paper a couple times and you can see it.
All right.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. It will absolutely be amazing the day that when we're well, here in a couple days, right? When we get to see her. They did say that he will do closing arguments on Friday, regardless of where they wrap up today. Tomorrow, I don't know. But he said he would probably do it on Friday, because I'm guessing this will probably finish out today and into tomorrow morning. They'll probably get a longer break than normal tomorrow in the afternoon, and then they will have all of Thursday off because of Judge Warner's docket. And then after that, Friday morning, we will be bright-eyed and bushy-tailed to hear the defense had to give a theory of defense. And they had to give it and say today that they had it. So I'm excited to see, what they have. I do have something I wanted to show you. Give me just a moment. Let me go grab it. I'll be right back. My dog is chewing on a football. So if you guys hear something in the background, my apologies. I wanted to show you guys, these are a couple coloring books that I made while you're listening to these trials and going through and kind of in your mind trying to piece together, and you need kind of maybe some solitude or something. I made these coloring books here. They are available on Amazon. This one is B. It's an affirmation color book. But they are blank on the back page, so you don't have to worry about it, stressing over. But these are affirmations. This one's really neat. I've sat with my kiddos and colored them. They're real easy to do. And then for the grown-ups, well, depends on who you are and how you let your kids do. But for the grown-ups, I have a fuck off and color me color book. And literally each page, maybe sometimes, you can devote a page to Letecia. But these are available on Amazon. The link is in most of my videos on TikTok and here on YouTube, but check those out just in case. I don't know if any of you color. We like to do that, my kiddos and I. It's a good stress reliever, but those are available if you'd like it. All right, let's check in with the chat, see how you guys are doing. You love to see it when she finally gets handcuffs and put away for good. I know. And I think they covered it because this is being, televised. And so they do their best to not have the defendant look like a criminal. Like, we didn't just sit through 18 days of testimony that made this chick look so guilty. But yeah, Queen Petty, you love the F off one? Girl, me too. It's my favorite. We colored with my grandma before she passed away and had her coloring on them. She thought it was kind of neat, but they are not, nothing fancy. They're good quality books, good quality paper. I want to say they're like $7. I think one's $6.98, one's $7.98. But yeah, it'd be a great way you could support me, support the channel, support my kiddos. Grab one. I would love for you to. I will definitely make sure that I get the link in this description here. It is in, if you go to the about page on the channel, I know that the link is there. I do also have a Redbubble store called Feetsies, and it is for the sock lover in your life. Socks are great. They're a great way to show off your personality and the stuff that, you know, you're interested in, and your hobbies and things that you like. You can disguise it. You can hide it under your clothes. You know, you can, I don't know, celebrate the holiday or something with some fancy socks. But there's a lot that I've made. My children have actually made a couple on there. They're pretty good at it. But yeah, check those out too. It's called Feetsies. It's on Redbubble. Redbubble actually has a 20% off coupon right now for any of your purchases, and just in time for Mother's Day. So I've got some great Father's Day socks on there as well. You're here for the doctors. You're waiting for them to start. Girl, me too. I'm waiting. I'm ready. I'm ready to hear them say, oh yeah, she was completely sane when she came in and talked to me. I love how we sat through all this of like, it's Maria did it. And then every chance that Letecia got, she was like, well, she's so narcissistic that she can't even let her alter personalities like get the the kudos, right? Like, even though they did something wrong and committed this horrible crime, like, she's still like, well, I think it's hilarious personally. I'm just cracking up at her. And she just, I don't know. She hasn't done a good job of acting insane. She's done a good job of showing that she's a crazy psycho bitch, but she hasn't done a good job of saying she's insane. If we can get blue hearts in the chat for Gannon, guys, the more that you participate, the more YouTube is going to push this out to other people so they can know about Gannon as well. More people need to know that there are people like Letecia out there. Gail says, this witness is going to annoy us all. You prepared yourself just to laugh at her bullshit. Yeah, we're going to not like her, I'm sure. And especially the fact that she's been late or not late. I please don't take it that way. I don't know that it's her causing it to be late. But just the fact that it's kind of postponed court, I think that everyone's going to be a little on edge. I'm excited to hear the prosecution. I feel like they're going to have straight attitude with her. And I may have you guys zoom in on your phone yourself to get a good look at whatever it is that you want to look at, because I kind of want to see what Letecia looks like side by side with the witness. And so if we do that, I'll have it on that, 2 or 3 camera view so that we can see. But just know that if you're on your phone, you guys can zoom in. Queen says she's delusional. Very much so. Gail says, in one of my Facebook groups, a lawyer has dealt with her before. Oh, the witness? Ooh. Well, so far, this judge doesn't really put up with much. I mean, he didn't really scold Letecia very much for what she did. And he said nothing that I saw yesterday whenever they were laughing in court. So I'm hoping that he, doesn't take any junk from her. Ooh, you think she's going to take the stand? Let me put that poll up again.
Okay.
Here
All
we
right. Court will call 20 CR 1358. People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Our next witness, as I understand it, is Dr. Dorothy Lewis. Are you Dr. Lewis? All right.
Your Honor, if I may, she's requesting to stay.
That's fine.
She has concerns about the step.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Where exactly should I?
I was trying to figure that part out, actually. Maybe right next to the witness stand?
Josh.
Yeah.
If we go over there, I can stand it.
Oh.
Let's get you sworn in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Couple of things.
Okay.
Listen to Mr. Sproul. I've had this conversation before. Don't move furniture in my home around. All these electronics, everybody's using them for all kinds of different things. If you run them over a wire and it gets disconnected, nobody's going to be using your electronics. So that's why we have it the way that we have it set up. That's why you need to ask before you start moving things around. Wouldn't be right if I went into your office and started moving stuff around either. So let's not do that. Dr. Lewis, if you would raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. we have had, just a minute, we've had some conversations and a couple of things. I understand that you had a meeting with Ms. Stauch and Mr. Tellini on Sunday. Okay. You can't really mention anything about that or anything that you learned from that. I see that you're puzzled by that. In Colorado, the rules governing trials and my orders are that all expert reports are to be provided to opposing counsel no later than 35 days prior to the time of trial. And I know that that may be a surprise too, because your report was not provided 35 days prior to trial. I am allowing you to testify to the matters that I have in your report, or that you have referenced in your report. I think it's dated.
There's one that was February 13th and one that was March 16th.
Thank you. So you can talk about things that are in your reports of February 13th and March 16th, but nothing after that. In addition, my understanding is that, and I'm not sure when this was discussed, but there was information that Ms. Stauch may have sustained a concussion, I think during softball, and may have had some of her teeth knocked out as a result of that. You can't mention that either, because that's not in your report either. But I will say this, you can, it's the first report, right, Mr. Tellini?
It is. And the only other thing I would just supplement regarding the softball, there's nothing in any of the reports about the teeth being knocked out. There was in the reports, specifically CMHIP, documented that Ms. Stauch said that she had had concussions playing softball, and then in her
Let me finish the advisement to the witness before we go down another avenue. So you do have in your February 12 letter, you do have a report that she was severely injured when a shelf fell on her head and knocked her unconscious. You can talk about that. That's all okay. And that she was taken to an emergency room, required a CAT scan, had a discharge with a diagnosis of brain damage. You can talk about those, but you can't talk about the softball incident. So with that, you can give Mr. Cook some direction as to where you would like to be.
She has a clarifying question, I believe.
Okay, sure.
I believe, Your Honor, that the incident wasn't mentioned, but that it is only the problems having to do with her teeth that can't be mentioned. Is that correct, that the incident itself had been?
No, what you can't mention a softball incident. You can mention general head injury. The reason for this is Colorado has very, and I know that you testify in different states, and the rules vary from state to state, and I understand that. In Colorado, there are specific rules about disclosure of reports, and I've issued orders in this case, as I do in all, about expert opinions shall be disclosed and the basis for those and the breadth of those. And typically that means that if it's not in your report, you don't get to talk about it. And I've looked through the report. There's not a mention of a softball incident in your report. There is a mention of the shelf falling on the head. Mr. Tellini in a minute is going to tell me that you should be able to talk about the softball incident because it's mentioned in a CMHIP report. I understand that. But you don't have any opinions in any of the reports that you issued that reference how the softball incident play into your opinions. Does that answer your question? Okay. Okay. And we have two options, maybe. You can sit next to it.
She might be able to get
Would-
up there.
No, she's fine.
Okay.
Would it be okay if I finish my whole
Oh, yeah.
statement? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have two options. We can sit you next to the witness box, and we can put that microphone closer to you so that you're not having to hold a microphone. The other option is that we have a microphone and I don't know, I guess, and you would have to hold it in your hand when you're talking. So it's up to you. Some people might find that uncomfortable. I've never done it. Don't think I would ever want to, but it's up to you. Okay. All right. So, and I don't, those steps on that witness stand are tricky. That's why you'll see that they have tape on them, so that, because we've had people fall out of them and fall into them and all of those sorts of things. So it's up to you, whatever you think is more comfortable. I will tell you that that chair does not move. It swivels, but it doesn't move forward. And I don't think it rocks either. So it does. Yeah. So it moves forward a little bit. So it's up to you how you think you would be more comfortable. So just tell Mr. Cook what you want to do.
Try to get here. There?
Yeah, but before you move there, you got to make me one promise, and that is that you're not going to try and get out of that stand by yourself. Okay. All right.
Okay.
As long as we're on the same page, because I don't want you to get hurt. Okay. And then,
That works.
does that work? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
I love seeing all of the law enforcement that are in the audience. Boy, they are here to see justice. We love you, Gannon. Blue hearts in the chat for Gannon. If you haven't liked the stream, please do so already. Don't forget to subscribe as well. Here we go, guys.
All rise for the jury, please. Dr. Lewis, you can stay there. That's okay. Okay. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will note that there is somebody in the witness stand as opposed to having us call that person up because of Dr. Lewis's physical issues. We brought her onto the stand ahead of time. You can see that there's a wheelchair by her as well. So she's already been sworn in. And with that, Mr. Tellini.
All right. Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your last name for the record?
Dorothy Otnow Lewis, Lewis, MD.
Okay. And Dr. Lewis, we're going to talk a little bit about, to start off with, about your education and then some of your work experience that has given you insight into some of the issues that we're going to be discussing, and then some of your other qualifications. Is that okay?
Fine.
All right. Where, Dr. Lewis, did you go to undergrad?
I went to Radcliffe College of Harvard University.
And was there a rank in which you graduated from there? Was there a rank in which you graduated? Were you magna cum laude?
I was, magna cum laude, right.
Yes. And what does that mean?
That's with high honors.
Okay. And after graduating from there, where did you go to school next?
I subsequently went to Yale University School of Medicine.
And do you remember what year you graduated from Yale University School of Medicine?
In 1963.
After you graduated from Yale Medical School, Where did you go next? What was did you do a fellowship or what did you do next?
After graduation, I received a fellowship from the National Institutes of Mental Health, and it was a research fellowship, and in which I was studying the ability to measure an individual's capacity for intimacy, for the ability to relate warmly to other human beings or empathically to other people,
And how long did you do that for?
for a year.
Okay, and what did you do after that?
After that, I did an internship in pediatrics
And how long did you do that?
for a year.
For a year? And what did you transition from your internship in pediatrics? Where did you transition to next?
I then did my adult psychiatry training at the Yale University School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry.
Okay, so then you went back to Yale to specialize in psychiatry, correct?
Correct.
And how long were you at Yale Medical School the second time?
Endless. It
Okay.
was 2 years in adult psychiatry, and then I did 2 years in child and adolescent psychiatry.
Okay,
So that would be a total
I think of
with
4.
medical school, quite a few years.
Okay. And then with your training specifically in adolescent and pediatric psychiatry and psychology, what did you use? Where did you take that training and where did you go to next?
When I studied adult psychiatry, I did my first year of training at the West Haven VA hospital, and then the second year of adult training was completed at Yale New Haven, mostly on the inpatient service and in part on the outpatient clinic.
What kind of stuff did you see when you worked with the VA?
Everything.
Everything.
Yes. It was primarily men, and it was individuals who had varying amounts of experience and time in the service. But it was an inpatient service, and much of the time I was on a locked service because it was with patients where there was a risk to themselves or perhaps to others, were in an open ward.
Okay. And then after that, did you move on and do other stuff in either pediatric or adolescent psychiatry?
Yes. After the adult training, I spent 2 years at the Yale University Child Study Center, and this was actually most of the training there was outpatient training in diagnosis and treatment of children and adolescents.
And at some point in time, did your training in pediatric and adolescent psychiatry come to kind of intersect to some degree with the court system?
Yes.
Could you explain that for us?
Yes. During my training in child psychiatry, I became interested in the juvenile court in New Haven. And so I began by just spending 1 day a week at the juvenile court, just sitting, listening in, and being available if there were any way I could be useful. And at that time, it became clear that the court was handling some extremely emotionally, psychiatrically, sometimes medically, neurologically disturbed children and their families. And what is more, they really had no services to offer these people. So what I did is I collaborated with the head of probation and also with the chief judge at the court, and we applied for a grant to create a clinic at the juvenile court in New Haven. And to the best of my knowledge, I think it was the first court clinic, period, psychiatric clinic in Connecticut that had ever been. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that it was. And to the best of my knowledge, I worked there for quite a few years, and it has continued to be funded, and it continues to exist.
Exist even today?
I think so.
Okay. Were there a time then when you kind of moved from working with adolescents to an older population with psychiatry?
Yes, I'm trying to think of
Okay.
any exact of when that occurred.
Well, do you remember being invited to join either the facilities of Columbia University or New York University or NYU?
Well, there was another year in between there.
Oh, well, what happened in that other year then? I'm sorry.
While at the juvenile court clinic, the purpose of the clinic was one, service, and to the court and to the families there, and also research if any research issues came up to study them. And so I worked with a neurologist, a social worker, learning disabilities people, what have you. And we discovered that there were a fair number of pretty serious psychiatric, neurologic disorders in this group. And what we did is we did some studies to try to measure, were there any differences between, let's say, ordinary adolescents in the New Haven area who were not delinquent and the court clinic population. And we found that indeed there were. And we published some papers on the differences between actually some of the fairly severe neuropsychiatric problems that distinguished the delinquent group from the other group, from the matched group of non-delinquents. And somehow our work became better known. And then
While we're going back and talking about that work, were those in
What?
what are called, back to those articles being published, were those published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, I
Oh.
believe so.
And what is a peer-reviewed journal?
A peer-reviewed journal is it's a scientific journal, and it's a journal in which you submit your whatever your research findings are, and then they are reviewed by other people who are experts in your field, often bigger experts in your field than you are, and they're reviewed to see whether they merit being published or not. And they were. And subsequent to that, I think I'd forgotten to mention, I received a call from someone at the state, somebody in, I think, in corrections, and they had some funds in order to study juveniles at a correctional institution in Connecticut that had been created for seriously aggressive delinquents. It was a kind of new concept. And they asked whether I could put together a group similar to the group whom I had put together for the court clinic, and whether we could study the juveniles at the institution for severely violent delinquents. And so we did do that, and we did do research that compared, we compared some of the more aggressive delinquents with the less aggressive, and eventually we were able to move out a little and we were able to actually get a group of non-delinquents, and we were able to do a matched sample. It was from New York and from Connecticut of delinquents and non-delinquents from the same socioeconomic background, but one had been in trouble with the law, one had not. And we published that. I think that that was maybe one of our more influential kinds of papers. And I think that it was perhaps as a result of that and some of the other papers that we had published that I received invitations to join the faculty at several of the universities in New York. And so I moved my work and I moved to New York. I moved my work to New York City.
And back to those studies that were fairly influential, was part of the reason they were influential is because they were kind of groundbreaking and contrary to how people had been looking at juvenile offenders prior to that.
Oh, yes, they were different from what I had expected. When I began my work, it was during the era of West Side Story, where we're depraved because we're deprived, right? And really, that was how I had trained and what I expected to find. And I was surprised to find what I found at the court clinic and then later at the school for delinquent kids. And yes, it was new and it was, it's always been an area of disagreement, of argument, of questioning. But I think by now it's fairly well accepted. But at the time, it was a surprise to me and to the people who read our work.
Okay. And then you were indicating you moved your practice to New York. Where specifically in New York?
Well, I received invitations to join the faculty of Columbia University, Cornell University, and New York University. And it was, it was a difficult choice, a kind of heady choice. And I decided to pick NYU, New York University. It may have been the least prestigious of the three, but they had a prison. And New York and Cornell and Columbia, they were not delighted having services for violent adolescents and, or violent adults, whereas NYU, first of all, its base is Bellevue Hospital, and Bellevue was the very first, I believe, the very first general hospital in our whole country, anywhere. And NYU was, or Bellevue was very well known for having a prison unit in it. And Cornell and Columbia didn't go for that. So I decided to take a position at NYU at Bellevue, and I commuted there for about 20 years from New Haven to New York.
And then, so that allowed you to continue doing research in a certain population and how neurological and psychiatric things affect that specific population. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it extended your opportunities because in a general hospital, you have equipment, you have MRIs, you have EEGs, you have the ability to do 24-hour EEGs. There are opportunities that you just don't have at a court clinic or in a detention facility, so that it did give you an opportunity. Also, it had other faculties, they're all different fields in any general hospital. So it gave you the opportunity to consult. If you didn't know what was going on or you had questions, you had other people you could ask and you could consult with, so that it was an ideal place to try to do research on. By this time, the research was on the correlates of violence and the distinction between what perhaps creates a violent individual and what kinds of things may be protective from violence.
And did you continue, so you continued to do research, and did you continue to have articles published in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes.
If you were just going to guess off of the top of your head, how many articles in peer-reviewed journals have you had published that specifically go to kind of this type of thing you're talking about, criminal acts in neurology and psychiatry?
Well, almost all of them are in that field. I haven't counted. My guess is somewhere between 100 and 200. But
Okay.
I don't know.
And then at some point, because of the articles that you've had published and the research that you had been done, were you then starting to be requested to do evaluations or consult on criminal cases?
Yes, actually, you remind me of how this did come about.
Okay.
We had I had started to do a study on homicidal young children, and it turned out that that in our young ward for kids, psychiatrically impaired children, that there were a high percentage of actually homicidal young children. This was a shock to me. I did not expect this. And when we published, we actually would categorize what we found because it was hard for us to believe and hard for others. But a child tried to set fire to her mother's hair. Another child attacked a babysitter with knives. So that it was a surprise. And it was published, I think it was published in the Journal of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry or in the American Journal of Psychiatry. But now I recall how I came to see adults. The article came to the attention of Diane Sawyer, who was on television at the time in a morning show. And so I was interviewed about our findings there. And we had found that the homicidal young children at Bellevue differed from the non-homicidal but mentally disturbed children at Bellevue in several ways. One was that there were histories usually of very severe physical and or sexual abuse. The extent to which emotional abuse contributed, we were not able to really measure well. But a combination of that, a history of severe brain injury or injury to the central nervous system, and or a history of a predisposition to certain kinds of now things that we consider to be genetic predispositions to psychoses, as in individuals who are predisposed to whatever schizophrenia now is. It changes its definition from year to year or so, but it's considered a severe and in part, heritable disorder. So that we discovered that this distinguished the homicidal kids from the other ones. And 2 days after I had been interviewed, I received a call from I think one of the heads of, I think it was the public defender's office in West Palm Beach in Florida.
Yeah.
I think it was Dick Burr there. And he said that he or people on his staff had witnessed the interview with Diane Sawyer. And he said, I think I have a case in my group that sounds so much like the children you described. would you be willing, he happens to be on death row, would you be willing to come down to Florida and examine this person? And I said, sure, yeah. And so I did go down, and I did as careful an assessment as I could. At the time, I did not have all of the assistants, like the neurologist I worked with, the psychologist, what have you. But by God, the gentleman that I saw resembled these kids, and that was that. And a few months later, I received another call. I believe again it was from Dick Burr, and he said, "I think we have another inmate." And I think his group was responsible for all of the death row inmates at West Palm Beach in Florida then. And would you come down and see this person? And I did. The thing that I remember most about that particular individual was that he had a dent in his skull. We tend to do neurologic as well as psychiatric assessments as far as we can. And he had a dent, and it turned out that his father had run over his head with a cart and a horse. And you don't get much better data than that in terms of documenting injury. And we did find that, yes, there were similarities again. And so again, we pulled together a few $1,000s, and then I was able to recruit a neurologist, Dr. Jonathan Pincus, and a learning disability specialist, Barbara Bard, who taught at one of the colleges in Connecticut, and a psychologist. I do not remember at the moment who it was. And what we did is Dick Burr had us evaluate all of the death row inmates that were in his group or his assignment, with one exception. And the one exception was there was one inmate there who had been diagnosed as having a severe psychotic disorder. And we didn't want to see anyone who had already been evaluated, and we didn't want to skew in the direction of pathology or not pathology. So that subject was eliminated. But other than that, we evaluated all of the
Death row
inmates, the death row inmates in his group, and we published that study, and I think that was published in the American Journal of Psychiatry. And I think that that's what kind of gave my work a sort of kick in that direction, because it was unexpected and fascinating new insight into some of the things that go along with homicidal.
Mate, how many criminal cases?
I don't know. I'm not certain. I would have to guess somewhere between 1 and 200 or more adults on death row by and large, but I'm not sure. It could be more.
And a significant portion of those cases that were only cases, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of this work, did it start to become apparent to you that there were many cases of, it was called multiple personality disorder at the time, but now it's called dissociative identity disorder? Many cases of individuals on death row who had the disorder who had not been diagnosed properly?
No,
Okay.
In part, when I say no, that doesn't mean that it didn't exist. What it means is that when I trained, that the very diagnosis was up for grabs, and perhaps it still is. It depends on the experience, the sophistication, the training of the individual. But I had been trained to be very skeptical
Yep.
about the existence of this kind of disorder, and so I have little question, but that maybe over the first quite a few years that I worked on death row or worked with very dangerous people, I think I missed the diagnosis because you can't see what you don't believe exists. You just can't. You miss it, and so that I'm fairly certain that it existed, but I didn't recognize it, and then over the years as well as I was confronted with cases, and also sometimes people had diagnosed something before I had, and when I was asked to evaluate the individual, I became more aware of what this disorder was like. But no, when I first went into this field, I did not have any idea that I would be seeing this,
Yeah.
nor did I think it existed really.
And then through your training experience over the years, you were able to recognize it and diagnose it more often. Would that be accurate?
Yes, and what I tended to do, because I was aware of my own skepticism, we do not often videotape our interviews. It's not usually possible. It's a very complicated thing in a prison. But what I did do was, if there were cases where I said, nobody is going to believe this, those were the
Yeah.
cases that I would say, let's videotape these and then leave it up to whoever sees it, if it's a jury, if it's other clinicians. But so it was at that point that we started to at least videotape some of our more problematic cases. And then you could start to document more of the objective signs, symptoms, behaviors that led to that diagnosis.
And have you published peer-reviewed journals on either multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder as is now known?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
No,
Okay.
I don't. Some I can think of one that I think is the most maybe important one that we published, and the reason was that in a lot of these kinds of cases, particularly cases where there is a question of malingering or of trying to get away with something or what have you, you really want to be able to document something that you didn't create. It was there before they set eyes on you, because when people make this diagnosis, they're often accused of suggesting it. And so what we would try to do is at least document and videotape when there were data that antedated our contact with the individual whom we were seeing. And that's how we would get objective evidence.
Primarily on you're dealing with death row inmates who suffer from, at that point, I think I said multiple personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder.
Yes.
What was the name of that book?
Guilty by reason of insanity.
And then you've also been the focus of a documentary that was on HBO.
Yes.
So you told me a little bit about that. Sure.
Yes. uh, our work became better known. Well, better known in certain circles, I guess. And a producer named Alex Gibney became aware of my work and just contacted me to try to get consultation on a mini series that he was going to be creating with Laura Dern, with the actress. And she was going to play a woman psychiatrist who saw death row inmates. And somehow he got my name and interviewed me. And I brought with me some of the tapes that we had made of some of the more interesting cases that we had had. And after, 2 or 3 sessions working together, he said, Dorothy, I don't want to do the mini series. I want to do a documentary on you. And it was a staggering occurrence. And of course, I said, fine.
Yeah.
And so we worked on it together for about 4 years. And alas, it came out, I think, the very first day of COVID, a disaster. And it now it's on HBO, and it can be seen, and it's called Crazy Not Insane.
So the same title as your book?
I beg your pardon?
The same title as your book?
No, the book is Guilty
Oh,
by
that's
Reason
right.
of Insanity, and the documentary on HBO is Crazy Not Insane.
Have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in a court of law?
Yes.
Do you know how many times?
No.
What are some of the jurisdictions that you've been qualified as an expert?
I can tell you states.
Sure, that would be.
Let me just name a few. Let's see, the state of Washington, California, Texas, Florida, Louisiana, Kentucky, New Jersey.
And do you know what fields have you been qualified to give expert testimony in?
What?
What fields?
In what fields? As a clinician, as in
A clinical psychiatrist?
Yes, as a psychiatrist, I think that I've been asked, particularly when there have been issues of psychiatric and neurologic combinations of disorders or questions, because, well, obviously the brain and the mind are connected, and so that your training is in both fields. In psychiatry, 2/3 of your exams are in psychiatry, 1/3 in neurology. Vice versa, if you're a neurologist, 2/3 of your boards are in neurology and 1/3 in psychiatry. And since I worked and published with Dr. Pincus, who was a professor at Yale, and then I think at St. Elizabeth's, we were often asked to work on similar cases and work together and learn from each other.
And at least now you're, just for the jury's knowledge, right now you're more or less semi-retired, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so are you currently board certified right now?
Yes.
Okay. What are you board certified in?
In psychiatry.
In psychiatry. Your Honor, at this point in time, I would offer Dr. Lewis as an expert in psychiatry and ask her to be allowed to issue opinions in accordance with.
Prosecution
May I vote aye, Your Honor?
on qualifications?
Yes.
You may.
Good afternoon, Dr. Lewis. How are you doing?
Hello.
My name's Dave Young. You and I have never met, correct?
Correct.
I just want to ask a couple questions about what you're doing now. What does semi-retired mean?
Well, I've retired from teaching regularly at NYU and at Yale, although I may give a talk now and then, or in another setting, I may be invited to do a presentation or give a talk. And I'm working on analyzing data. We have a great deal of data that have never yet been analyzed, so that I'm working on that and working on writing, and on occasion accepting a case such as this to assist in the diagnosis or it's usually of a violent individual.
And when you testified earlier about certain circles recognize you as an expert in the field, what did you mean?
I don't recall using the term certain circles. Could you remind me of?
Sure. I forget what the question was, but you said that you were being recognized as perhaps one of the pioneers in dissociative identity disorder within certain circles. Do you recall saying something like that?
Well, I can transpose it a little bit. I have done the chapters in the past, I guess over the past maybe 15 years now, in the major psychiatry textbook, the comprehensive textbook of psychiatry, initially by Friedman and Kaplan, and then Kaplan and Stauch, and I have, for example, I've published in the last two editions, I did the chapter on antisocial behavior, criminality, and violence. And I also have written, but I think it's the 11th edition, has not yet been published, but I have in press the chapter in that particular textbook, and I think that's pretty generally agreed upon as the most accurate and relied upon textbook in psychiatry in this country, maybe anyway.
So, and the circles you're talking about is the field of psychiatry, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to practice psychiatry in the state of Colorado?
No.
Are you licensed to conduct forensic examinations on defendants charged with criminal cases in the state of Colorado?
I believe I'm recognized as an expert and permitted to do that, but I don't have a license in Colorado. I've tried to maintain, for the most part, licenses where there is reciprocity. And all these states where I have mentioned, I'm not licensed in each of them, but usually on the basis of places where I've for years, I continued having a California license, a New York license, and a Connecticut license because they tended to be reciprocally recognized in other states. And hence, I could testify there, but I do not hold a license in each of these states. And indeed, I'm now just retaining my New York license because it's fairly expensive to have a license in each state. And if should I need to, I can I can reapply, and there is reciprocity usually.
So we're clear, the answer to my question was no?
Well, the answer is I don't have a license here, no, but I've been permitted to testify in cases in states in which I do not maintain a license, because it would mean 50 licenses.
But it would also mean that you would be regulated, right, by those state agencies that regulate psychiatrists who are licensed to practice in those states.
There are only, to the best of my knowledge, the reason that I, from very early on, the reason that I took out a California license
And
was
Doctor, I want to.
well, in order to be recognized.
Can
Well,
you just answer my
yeah,
question about
yes.
Colorado? Okay.
Yes.
There's nobody that can regulate you in Colorado because you're not licensed, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think that I believe that your medical boards or your boards in psychiatry could certainly license me to for the purpose of, say, testifying in a case to be recognized as an expert, but I would not have to pay, say, $500 a year to 50 states in order to maintain a license there. But there is reciprocity in almost every state. In California, you have to have your license within 2 years, or it's very hard to be recognized there. Therefore, I've tried to maintain licenses in places where if I did not get them early enough, there would be a risk of not being recognized there.
Did you contact anyone in Colorado to see if you had reciprocity in the state of Colorado?
No, I did not. It was my understanding that that there were only, I could be mistaken, but that there are only two states, Florida and California, where it is really very important that you actually have a license and pay for it every year in order to maintain your life there. But otherwise, there's everywhere I've been, there has been reciprocity. I didn't even question it here. I assumed that this had been ascertained. Am I mistaken? Is it different here?
Well, I'm asking you.
I don't think so. I believe that that there is reciprocity if your credentials are good, and if you are board certified. Your board certification is kind of a recognition that you are trained, prepared, and competent to work in that state.
But Colorado would have no authority to reprimand you, for instance, if you did something wrong as a psychiatrist.
No, the objection is sustained. Move to a new area.
When's the last time you've been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic psychiatry?
I am not a forensic psychiatrist.
What fields have you been qualified in the past then?
In psychiatry.
When's the last time you treated someone as a psychiatrist?
Oh my goodness. In the past year.
Do you do that as part of your retirement? When you say you're semi-retired, do you treat
Yes.
patients as well?
Yes, on occasion I will, sure. Or will consult, or by and large now I do more diagnosis and consultation and less ongoing treatment.
Those are my questions, Jared. Thanks.
The witness will be, Mr. Tellini, you wanted to proffer this witness as an expert in the field of psychiatry?
Yes, sir.
The witness will be so qualified. Go ahead.
Dr. Lewis, let's just clear that up. You need a license to practice medicine in a state if you are treating an individual, correct? So if you were providing medical care and trying to help somebody with their problem, as opposed to just seeing what their problems were, that's when you need the medical license.
Well, I'm not sure it's restricted to that. I'm not positive that you would define it that way because of reciprocity. And you know what one might be able to do is get a time limited period in which you could treat a patient. I've never been in a position where that's been an issue or where that's been questioned, but again, the reciprocity recognizes that you're competent to work in these states in your field.
And just to be clear, I didn't contact you hoping that you would treat Ms. Stauch. I contacted you to see if you would evaluate her.
Yes.
Okay. And you've not provided any type of medical treatment other than the evaluation to Ms. Stauch.
Right.
Okay. When I contacted you regarding this case to see if you would assist, what type of information then did you seek out or were given before you came out here to perform the evaluation of Ms. Stauch?
I would have to look at.
And if it's okay with the district attorney, may she refresh your recollection?
Sure.
up. In addition to interviewing for 14 hours.
Yes.
And consulting with a social worker, investigator with you, and reviewing the reports of Doctors Torres, Gray, and Grimmett. I've looked at incarceration records and nursing records and these kinds of jail
Yep.
documents. I've looked at correctional psychiatric records and also at whatever records were produced by clinicians who were working with the prosecution. And I've reviewed nursing notes, handwriting samples, signatures of Letecia. And I've looked at whatever medical records were available, police reports, FBI reports, the autopsy report on Gannon, and a review of the prosecution's witness tapes.
Okay. And all in all, that I believe it was about 6 different binders full of paperwork that we actually mailed to you.
Yes,
Does that sound about right?
I think so.
And so it was quite a bit of information that you reviewed even before going to see Ms. Stauch.
Hundreds of pages.
One of the things that did some of the unusual facts of this case kind of perk your interest at all?
Could you clarify?
Well, as far as the violent nature of the assault on an 11-year-old boy, the fact that he was transported to Florida, the fact that
No, I think the witness asked whether he could clarify, overrule.
The account of the different.
Could you start that sentence over?
Sure. As far as unusual things that kind of perked your interest, so to speak, the violent nature of the offense, of the assault on the killing of the 11-year-old boy, the way in which the body was transported to Florida and disposed of, the numerous different stories that Ms. Stauch had given trying to explain the disappearance.
I wouldn't characterize it as piqued my interest. When I get a case, I study what is in front of me, and there are many different details in a case that are far more interesting than whether somebody did some of the acts that you're describing or whether the body was handled in certain ways. I can't say those particular things piqued my interest. The case itself it's always interesting because it's not, there's so many reasons and combinations of reasons that lead to bizarre and violent behaviors that I can't say that one thing piqued my interest more than another.
And you came to Colorado Springs to do the interviews of Ms. Stauch in November of 2022?
Yes, I believe so.
And you did about 14 hours of recorded interviews with her.
I think so.
Okay.
You timed, I did not time.
Okay. And one of the things, actually, these interviews were done at the El Paso County Jail, correct?
Yes.
And I was actually present there with you while these interviews were being done.
Yeah.
Object is to leading.
That part is, you can ask her who was there.
Who was I there?
Yes.
Was there a reason that you wanted me there for these interviews?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One reason that I very much like an attorney or attorneys or people involved in the case to be there when I'm there is I want them to see what I see. I don't want it to be my description of what happened because my way of seeing it may differ from your way of seeing it. And therefore, I want the person to see it. particularly in unusual cases, in the sense that cases where people will be skeptical of findings, for example, in dissociative cases. These are cases that, as you know, are areas where there's a lot of skepticism and a lot of questioning. So that I like the attorney also because he's going to be presenting the case. I may not have anything to do with it. He may fire me, but he's going to be involved. And so I like the attorney to be there. And then there's one other reason. It's safer that way. And it's taken me a while to learn this. When I was a whole lot younger, I was a whole lot sillier and a whole lot braver. But I like to have attorneys there or someone there with me so that I'm in a safe place and I can relax and do my thing.
Were there any precautions taken about where I was seated to kind of prevent me from influencing things?
Well, I can tell you what I do all the time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And I assume I did this with you. And again, I didn't always do this. It came by hard knowledge. I had worked on cases where the attorney sat wherever he felt like sitting. And there was a particular case where I was sitting facing the defendant at the time, and the attorney was seated behind me, so that he and the defendant saw each other eye to eye, and I didn't see what the attorney was doing behind my back. And it became clear to me after a while that something was going on there, nod, nod, wink, wink. And it's not like me to do this, but at some point, if I may be less than polite, I said, wait a minute, cut the crap.
Yeah.
I said, what's going on here? I said, if you two have stuff you want to talk about with each other or whatever, go ahead. But it was clear that there was communication going on there, and I could not rely on what the defendant was saying, looking at me. And I left the room. I said, I'm going to get up and leave now, and you two talk about it. Go ahead. And I'll be back, and maybe we'll go on, maybe not. And I waited for a while, came back in, and they said, yeah, they would stop this. And then I changed the positions so that I could see both what the defendant was doing and what his or her attorney was doing, so that there was no, as far as I could prevent it, there was no communication between the two of them. And so I did, if memory serves, this was recent enough so that I knew enough to place you. Is that correct? Is that where I did place you?
Well, and we have a stipulation for all the 14 hours of video has been admitted. And so if the jury wants to view the videos, they are going to be more than welcome to when they go back to deliberations, and they can confirm both seating positions and that there wasn't any crap going on. Yeah.
Mr. Young, is there a stipulation?
Yes, there is, Your Honor, and these are people's exhibits. I realize this is defense case, but
Yeah,
there
it's
was a
okay.
stipulation to admit people's exhibit 729 through 734. 729 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning. 730 is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the afternoon. 731 is an interview that took place on November 16, 2022 in the morning.
Exhibit 732 is an interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 in the afternoon. 733 is a interview that took place November 17th, 2022 in the morning. And finally, 734 is an interview that took place on November 17, 2022 in the afternoon. If I can, I'll just give these to the court reporter.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Then exhibits 729 through 734 will be admitted. Mr. Fellini, go ahead.
Thank you.
Those are in CDs, not thumb drives yet.
They're thumb drives actually, because they're larger.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right, Mr. Fellini.
All right, and Dr. Lewis, before we kind of delve into the subject matter of those 14 hours of interviews, I want to talk about some things more general. I want to talk first about disassociation. And what is disassociation?
It's not an easy question. It's first of all, disassociation is not like one single fact. It isn't like a strep throat and that's it. There's a germ. This is what causes it. This is what cures it. Dissociation seems to be a continuum of the way in which the human mind works at different times. And we all, at times, dissociate. An example that many people will give will be if you're ever riding along a highway. I know I've done this where you're riding and you're thinking about one thing and you pass the exit where you were going. You intended to do one thing, your mind was on something else. And so you were somewhat dissociated from what was actually happening in front of you and then realized your mistake and corrected it. So that would be on a very ordinary day-to-day type of behavior. There's nothing abnormal about it at all. And at the other end of that spectrum is something that now is called DID. In the days when I started training, it was called MPD, or multiple personality disorder. And there, I can tell you what it seems to be and the way in which I understand it now. We do not have a good understanding of the physiology of it, of the, the way in which the chemistry of the brain works. We don't have a perfect understanding of the way in which the neurotransmission works. There's a lot more to learn about it. But it looks as though, first of all, we do seem to know what causes severe dissociative disorders. When very young children, even infants, are subjected to early, ongoing, relentless physical and or sexual abuse, where it is intolerable, where you can't cope with it anymore, the mind seems to self-hypnotize. Now, colleagues of mine would maybe use different terms to mean the same thing, that where you kind of self-hypnotize, and it is as if this were not happening to you, it's as if it's happening to someone else. Examples of this, some of you may have had these because these experiences occur occasionally at random, but sometimes an individual will picture looking down on himself, let's say from a ceiling. It's as if the person or the mind gets away and they are looking down at the person to whom some kind of unpleasant episode is occurring. That is a kind of dissociation where you have psychologically, I can't tell you how, physiologically or in terms of neuroanatomy, we don't know that yet. But it does seem to be biological, a physiological phenomenon that occurs. And so for a while, it's as if this is happening to someone else. Now, in the very serious kinds of cases that I've seen, it's very common for the individual who seems to have kind of split off from himself and not be there. It's very common for that other aspect of the person to take on the characteristics of the abuser. And it's this may be why it's so astonishing and why it takes so long for people to accept that this does happen, but it does happen. It is extremely common for an alter, if you wish to call the other entity that seems to split off psychologically, not really. There's only one body there, but psychologically split off. And that is very often the abuser. And this is why, well, when I do teach about, about treatment, if you know this, and if you're sophisticated about this, you never speak ill of the abuser. Now, you may know from the data that have been acquired and the histories from different people, you may know for sure that yes, indeed, this person was abused by another, let's say by a parent, by a father or something like that. You never badmouth the abuser. You just don't do it. And the reason is that the mind operates in a puzzling fashion, so that if you, in fact, in the first case where I ever recognized this, if you don't realize it, and if you badmouth the person, you say, oh, he's terrible, and someday we're going to get rid of him. This is a very naive way of trying to treat. You don't do that, because remember, there is another entity, there's another process going on simultaneously, and that other process is saying, you don't need me? Oh, sure you need me. I'm going to kill her. I'm not, and by God, I've had cases where the split has occurred and the alter has said, jump out of the car. Go ahead, jump out of the car. And where a child has tried to jump out of the car and has been saved. So you don't play favorites. In fact, you find yourself saying, if you are trying to communicate with both entities at one time, you may even say, you know, I know, let's say Sam, I know, Sam, that you've had a tough life, and things haven't been good for you either. And you know, we'd like to know more about that later on. But meanwhile, please do not encourage Susie to jump out of the car. And so that, well, one of my kids teases me and she says, Mom, you're the only one who does group therapy with one patient. But think of it that way, that all aspects of this individual often are aware. Not always. Sometimes it's too painful and the split is different, and the alternate entity is not aware of what's going on, but sometimes they are. And so in the interest of safety, you don't badmouth. And we understand, I'm sure you had your reasons for whatever you did to so-and-so, and we'll talk about that another time. And this is the best I can do to really explain to you how this happens. I believe that in the decades to come, that probably more of this will be understood, that as we get better equipment and better ways. By the way, we have tried to look at different EEGs of different personas and to see, can you really see a different electroencephalogram going when a person is in an altered state from another state? My group has not been successful that way. There have been disagreements among them, and but there are others who believe that they have been able to distinguish these differences. I'm not convinced yet, so that I can only tell you what we see, what we observe, and it's a very powerful phenomenon, even though we may not know exactly how it works biologically. It can cause disastrous effects.
And in kind of your experience in diagnosing and treating people with DID, do the alters generally have some awareness of each other? Or does that vary?
It varies. That's such a good question. It does vary. Which is, well, why? Also, sometimes there are alters that have little groups that are aware of each other, and there can be another that is not aware of, one group is not aware of the other, or the other person is not aware, or entity is not aware of the others. So that I can't generalize, but I have seen both. I've certainly seen where it's not uncommon for, excuse me, in cases of homicide, where one aspect of the individual will not be aware that the other has committed a heinous kind of act. And then there will be others where they do know what happened. And
Well, and part of the DID phenomena is in some degree protective measures to keep some memories kind of hidden from some of the other alters. Could you talk a little bit about that?
to think about it,
Well, for example,
in certain instances, well, I've seen several serial murder cases in which when a different entity is operating, is in control, or seems to be in control, that entity may be the sweetest, nicest guy you ever met. And you will, if you read a little bit about it, about different cases, that sometimes serial killers are not recognized because when they are not in that homicidal, murderous, enraged entity, they are perfectly sweet. And in fact, they can talk about ethical issues and be critical. And I think that it's probably one of the reasons that it's very hard to catch serial killers, because much of the time they're not in that state, and you'd never guess.
well, because in that situation like that, if somebody does suffer from DID, they may present in a manner that they seem completely innocent because the memory of the horrible act is stored somewhere else. Would that be
Yes,
accurate?
as far as they know, then they did not do it.
Yeah.
And then they don't look as if they did it. And this is probably one of the reasons why it is very, very hard for clinicians, not just for lay people who have not trained in this, but for clinicians to believe that this is possible, because it is so unbelievable in many ways. But it does occur.
And could that explain a situation where, well, specifically in this case, Ms. Stout commits a horrible, violent act, and then only hours later is appearing very charming and interested in finding Gannon to the police?
Objection, Your Honor, reading.
Let's go back. We'll back up and we'll circle back around to that, Dr. Lewis. Are there any conditions with dissociative identity disorder that can be comorbid?
That can be comorbid.
Comorbid, that can go along. You can have DID and other conditions.
Oh, of course, surely.
What would some of those be?
Well, one of the commonest, maybe they're mistakes, maybe maybe they both occur at the same time, but experts in this field have written about schizophrenia and DID, and they can occur, at least from what I've read, they can occur. I can't attest to this because at the moment I can't think of a particular case of mine where that exists. Certainly, we have seen we ran a clinic for dissociative identity disorder at Bellevue. After a while there, it became clear that there were enough patients coming through where they needed a clinic like that. And we saw a fair number of patients who suffered both from bipolar mood disorder and dissociative identity disorder. So those I've seen go together. Then the other thing is, anything that can happen to the brain can happen to the brain in and of itself. And the dissociative disorder may have originated years before and had its own etiology, but sure, you can have certain kinds of brain damage. You can have certain kinds of epilepsy. You can have, so yes, you can have more than one disorder.
And also, how can having a traumatic brain disorder with DID impact somebody being possibly violent?
Could you repeat it?
How could having a traumatic brain injury comorbid with DID impact somebody being violent?
Okay. It's been well established over the years. This isn't new psychiatry or neurology, that different kinds of severe damage to the brain can be followed by impulsivity and a loss of control and often violent behaviors, and any number of injuries to the brain can cause violence. Separate from that, a child who has been abused and tortured and enraged and made to feel helpless and then made to dissociate can become violent, can misperceive what is happening, can blame an altered state and attack that altered state, or can misperceive another person as an enemy of some sort. So that they do seem to be somewhat different, because one seems to have a psychodynamic quality to it, but there's something about injuries to the brain that have been reported again and again in terms of subsequent lack of control of, not just of violence, but of other impulses.
Going both to the 14 hours of interviews that you did with Ms. Stauch and the collateral data that you had been provided, what were you made aware of about her upbringing, about growing up?
I did not interview any of her relatives myself. I don't believe I did anyway.
Yeah, but do you remember getting some reports from
Yes.
the social worker, Kyle?
I did.
Okay.
But I'm going by what I have gotten from other people's interviews.
Okay.
And several people seem to agree that, first of all, that she came from an extraordinarily violent household, including that of her mother, Deborah,
Yeah.
and her mother's tendency to latch on to males in her environment who were extremely abusive, and abusive to her, but also apparently abusive to Letecia as well. There was one man in the mother's life who apparently pushed Letecia into a shower and beat her naked in the shower. It was these kinds of grotesquely physically, and I would call that sexually as well as physically abusive. Also, there were several of her relatives who spoke about aunts, uncles, great aunts and uncles known as grandparents or whatever, who gave her enemas repeatedly. By the way, this is a question that not a whole lot of psychiatrists ask, but it's very important because it's one of the commoner ways that sodomy occurs in the torture of abused kids.
Well,
So
in fact, she detailed it was actually an uncle, but it was actually her grandfather, detailed to you being given enemas by him almost on a daily basis. Do you recall that? Do you recall her describing that to you, of a grandfather giving her enemas almost on a daily basis?
I do. And I recall her saying this. And also I recall, I think I'm not mistaken, that she also gave enemas to Gannon. And she also perceived this as something he wanted her to do. So that it certainly has a sexually abusive as well as a physically abusive quality
But
to it.
she did not perceive these daily enemas as being sexual in nature as far as when they were given by her grandfather, correct?
Objection, leading.
I don't know.
Okay, jury will disregard the answer.
Do you know if she perceived these enemas as sexual that her grandfather
I
gave
don't
her?
know. I don't know enough about that, and I don't have enough others to corroborate what, as far as they could glean,
Okay.
her reaction was. So I don't know.
What did she, let me rephrase this. Would the manner in which she described and other people described her upbringing be consistent with the environment that could foster DID?
They could foster,
Dissociative identity disorder.
as far as I know, again,
Yeah.
because I didn't get this firsthand. I have to go by what other people told me, and it sounded as though the household was a madhouse. That there was man after man. Not only did the mother get hooked up with very violent men, but my recollection is Letecia herself got hooked up with violent people, and that it was it was very hard for me to even keep track of the names of the various people because there were numerous males that were aggressive toward various members of the household.
Did she specifically describe anything any type of molestation dealing with her stepfather, James?
James, if memory serves, she could not refer to him as father or even as James. She referred to him always as Jackass James. And it was as if that kind of made it possible for her to even refer to him, but with great disgust. I believe that he was one of the people who was involved with sexually molesting her during several years of her childhood. And so that he was one of the people who sexually molested her, to the best of my knowledge.
Do you recall that he molested her up until the time that she actually took off from home?
According to my notes, she left the home at about age 15. But also, I have in my notes that that she would run away into the woods and hide from this person. That she was terrified of him, and then at 15, that she actually left him.
Did she describe to you events or coping mechanisms that she would employ that would be consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Coping mechanisms. I'm trying to understand better what.
Well, I
kinds
mean,
of
did
things
she
are-
describe to you things that would be consistent, just in general, consistent with dissociative disorder?
I hadn't thought of it so much as describing as kind of witnessing things. For example, when I was interviewing her over a period of time, suddenly it seemed to me that she was speaking Russian. I don't speak Russian, and it only had that lilt to it. I didn't have words that sounded Russian, but it looked as though she had switched into a different entity. I think she believed she was speaking some other language, but I don't know what that was. And but I can't define in my head exactly the moment at which she did it, so that I can't tell you what the coping mechanism was. But that would be a coping mechanism to suddenly switch into something that made you more comfortable and got you out of whatever situation you felt you were in at the time.
Did she describe any alters to you or other personas?
She did. The one that I remember particularly is she referred to somebody named Maria, and Maria apparently was a physically abusive entity, and when my recollection was that that I actually heard her speak, and that she was harsh and angry and hurtful. Yes, so she did refer to, and in fact, it made me wonder whether, when I first saw that, I thought, have I just met the aspect of her personality that that killed Gannon? And it's a speculation. I don't know, but at the time, she is the one that is most closely allied with violence, as I recall.
Would it be unusual for alters to kind of be distinguishing on who they allowed themselves to be presented to? Like, for example, I mean, would an alter maybe less willing to come out to different evaluators?
I think that's probably a general statement. You could say but I can't say anything terribly
Okay.
useful about.
What did she describe to you about, oh, let me back this up. Did she also describe, and you also see evidence in her medical records of possible traumatic brain injuries?
Yes.
There was a car crash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was also a time where a bookshelf fell out.
I'm gonna check this deleting.
No, I'm going to allow it because it seems like it's foundational at this point and it's leading up to something.
And
It's there.
medical reports where a bookshelf had fallen on her head and she had lost consciousness for 15 minutes.
My recollection of that was, I don't recall the medical part of it so much as I believe that she was in her teacher mode. She is quite an amazing young woman in this way, in that she's not stupid. And there are times when she seems to be able to function as a teacher or whatever. And I believe that she was in a classroom, kids had left, and I think that a bookshelf fell down on the back of her head. She fell down, and I believe she lost consciousness. And so it was a fairly severe injury to her head.
Could you talk about her description of the kind of the events leading up to Gannon's death?
Which one?
Yeah. Of the events that she related to you.
You know, it's hard for me to distinguish which I read and which she related to me, because they did kind of go together. She gave some of the most peculiar descriptions of what might have happened to Gannon. That, for example, at one point he's missing. She doesn't know where he is. And then at another point, a man named Eduardo comes in, rapes her, and I believe absconds with Gannon. And at another time, she talks about, I think that he was a pedophile, somebody whom she had Googled,
Yeah.
had somehow found on the internet. And I think that that he was one of the people who had absconded with, or who had harmed Gannon. There were numerous, you'd say almost mindless descriptions of what might have happened to this child. And what puzzled me was, when you talk with her, and as if you've seen any of the pictures of her tapes, this is not a stupid girl. She is intelligent. She is in certain phases, certain states. She is able to reason, apparently logically, and to speak clearly and coherently. And yet she makes up the darndest stories that no ordinary person of below average intelligence would expect to be believed. So that, excuse me, there is a puzzle. Do you know, after I thought about all of it together, I thought, I don't think she knows what happened. I don't think she knows. And I think that, as asked at different times, this is what came into her head and this is what she produced. But I don't think she knows for sure what happened.
Could that be confabulation?
Confabulation is, confabulation is when you have no memory for what happened. It's commonest in alcoholism and things like that, where the brain has been damaged in such a way that memory is impaired. And then many alcoholics will just ramble on and on about something, and will give a story, and they will fill in parts that they can't that they can't remember, and they maybe don't even know that they're filling it in. And so her saying this could be a form of confabulation. I don't know whether at the time that she says these things, she believes them, because to you or to me, they make no sense. They're silly.
Did she, back to the events and questions and how she was describing it to you, what did she describe symptoms that could, or experiences or perceptions that could be similar to psychosis?
Oh, I would say similar to that, by definition, be categorized as psychotic.
Could you talk a little about those?
Sure. Well, one of the commonest psychotic symptoms that we're all familiar with from books, TV, would be, let's say, hearing voices, or let's say talking to people that are not there. And well, at least to my understanding, psychosis is a belief that someone has that most normal people do not have. It can be a perception. It can be hearing something that none of us hear. It can be believing something. It can be a kind of paranoid belief or what have you that doesn't make sense. It can be an auditory sound that you don't hear. And she not only could tell about talking to different beings that were not there, but she puzzled things up a bit because she also, I believe, talked to God. And there are a lot of us here, probably in this room, who at times have thought that, gee, we talked to God, or we thought we had an answer, or we wished we did, or we didn't. So that you can't simply say that her having talked to God was a psychotic symptom. It may well have been. What I found more convincing in terms of her psychotic symptoms were things that she didn't tell me about, but I read through I guess they were kind of nursing or guards notes from the correctional institution where she was.
The jail.
From jail. And there were several times that different caretakers of one sort or another looked in the room and found her talking to someone who was not there. And this was not as though, as far as I knew, she didn't know anyone was watching her, or she wasn't performing for the galleries, that she was talking with somebody, and there was nobody else there. And there were several episodes like this, and those are psychotic symptoms. In dissociation, you get this when it's very common for an individual to hear alternates talking with each other, or talking to him, or talking to her. So that I think that the kind of auditory hallucination that you often associate with, say, schizophrenia, it has a more physiological, a more biochemical quality, and also it's often treated with medication that tells you that something is going on that is responsive to chemical intervention. This is different from hearing dissociated entities talking with each other. And that, as far as I know, that doesn't respond to medication.
Did she, well, how did she describe, do you recall, how kind of Gannon starting the fire and how that kind of impacted her state?
I was a bit confused by it, so I'm not positive. I can only share with you what I remember. I think there was a candle on the floor. True. And I think that some of the carpet burned. And this is separate. There was a different fire at another time that apparently really traumatized her, but we're talking about Gannon at this time. That had occurred, but I think that she thought that he had started it with a candle.
Do you recall her describing after the candle fire incident, it was at that time she started having visions of her stepdad, James, being alive and her seeing him? Being alive and her seeing her stepdad, James.
I don't recall that it was that time particularly. There were times that she saw him. I think there was a time she was driving a car and she was on the highway and she saw some very large figure. But I can't recall that that was specifically the time she.
Well, then that would have been the next Monday that her and Gannon were driving, and you recall her describing that she actually saw James on the side of the road at that point in time.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustain, rephrase.
Do you recall anything about her, any visualizations or something that could be a visual hallucination
Yes.
that she recalled after that occurred in the day or so after the fire?
Yes, I recall that I thought it was out the car window that they were driving, and I thought it was a large figure of some sort. There's also, she had a visual hallucination of some entity with a cape. These are hallucinations, and because she sees them, the rest of us do not see them. That has to be considered a psychotic symptom because it is beyond reality, or the reality that we know. Yeah, she did have episodic psychotic states.
Was it at all of significance to you that the excuse when she called herself into work, that early Monday morning, that it was the excuse she said was, my stepdad has been killed in a car crash?
This I categorize in my own brain as one of her least believable concoctions of what happened or what must have happened. To the best of my knowledge, this stepdad had died perhaps 8 years prior to that, and yet she was going to his funeral that day. Surely this is, first of all, it would be stupid if she were a stupid girl. She is not stupid. To give that as an explanation as why she can't do this or why she can go there. There is something about the way her mind is working then that is distorted and is not in touch with reality. I can't tell you whether this is part of a dissociative episode or another psychiatrist might want to call it a separate psychotic episode. I think you had some psychiatrists who diagnosed a borderline personality, and many psychiatrists who think about borderline states think about episodic psychoses. And certainly I couldn't argue with interpreting that as an episodic psychosis.
Do you recall her switching to the persona and talking to you in the persona of Maria?
Yes.
And you recall what Maria told you about what happened to Gannon?
Don't. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Do you recall Maria, well, not necessarily what happened to Gannon, but Maria shooting somebody who she perceived as a Cape person?
Yeah, I'm gonna object as to leading. She just said she can't remember and the council's leading her.
Well, that's true. You do have to ask the other question of would it help to refresh your recollection? And you can use anything to refresh your recollection, but it did not say that you saying that would refresh your recollection. So you need to ask that question.
Would me describing what Maria said refresh your recollection?
I think if I read what Maria said, I would, that would refresh my recollection. But I do not recall exactly that. I can recall my own thinking around that time where I thought, was she in the state of Maria when she killed Gannon? And there was something about the way in which this was depicted to me where I thought, my goodness, have I met the killer alter? And so there was something about the way in which she spoke of this that led me to think that that I had very likely met the most violent and most dangerous alter.
So just a second. If looking at would looking possibly at a summation of the video help you at all?
Well, I could look at it and I will tell you if it does.
Is this something I haven't discovered? We take an afternoon break so I can look at this. This is apparently there's only one copy.
Okay. We can fix that during the break too. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our break until, let's see, 3:25. I can have everyone back in the jury room at 3:25. We should be able to start at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of the case, and we'll see you back at 3:25. All rise for the jury, please. Just one page. What?
I said, thank you.
Oh, sure. It's just a summary of the. You may all be seated. Dr. Lewis, do you need any help getting down or any assistance?
So far, so good.
Okay, all right, all right. Court will be in recess then.
All rise.
He reads it as a schizophrenic. I can't remember every word of it.
Sure.
Okay. Anything else? Anything
No, so
that I'm doing stupid?
that was me grabbing the mic and trying to move it back before I move it back.
Okay.
That was.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Mr.
It's back at my room. Can't get it.
Okay.
Anything we need to take up from the defense?
That's right.
Prosecution? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Just a minute. Isn't there any way that we can agree with them and
Hold on.
Not right now because we're up on mic. Yeah.
but, like that?
No.
This thing is sticky.
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Cellini?
Yes, Dr. Lewis, did that summary refresh your recollection at all towards what the persona Maria had related to you?
Yes, someone.
What did Maria relate to you?
What actually, what is written here is what she said.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
do you recall independently that?
I beg your pardon.
Do you have does that refresh your recollection?
What comes to me as I read this is that the reason that I can't cite chapter and verses, it is wildly psychotic. It is incoherent. It is
non-responsive.
well.
Spain, if you can relate what Maria told you, I think was the question. That's what you need to do.
And not, so
Like-
let me rephrase that then,
Go ahead.
Dr. Lewis. If you can't recall the exact specifics of what she said, what can you recall about the way in which she was presenting?
Yes, I can't recall the exact specifics because it is disorganized and confused and difficult to remember. But I recall her kind of reassociating all over. And she talks about her grandmother and family shooting things out the window and always needed people to guard funerals. That it had a chaotic quality, and it happened shortly after, as I recall it, shortly after I became aware of her seeming to move into her Maria persona and her more aggressive, more more scary persona, and then it is just rambling and doesn't make sense and incoherent or psychotic.
Now, in fairness, there were other things that you would have liked to have done in your examination. Could you talk a little bit about those? About as far as like an MRI or an EEG?
Correct.
Why would you like those to have been done?
Uh, there were aspects of her memory, her behaviors, her descriptions that that are consistent with certain kinds of brain damage. And for example, there are certain things that are so close in terms of dissociation and neurologic impairment, and let's say what are called psychomotor seizures, where prior to a confused state, or prior to a state where you are aggressive and moving kind of automatically but violently, prior to this, there's often a state of wooziness and dizziness, which, as I recall, she described. And following these kinds of episodes, the individual, and this is with what are called complex partial seizures, but also it can be with dissociation, the person does not have any memory of what occurred. First, there is what is called an aura. Then things happen. Very often they can be aggressive things, they can be repetitive things. And subsequent to that, the person does not remember them or remembers them in a confused fashion. And the reason that I would like very much to have been able to investigate that is, if it were, let's say if we were able to get the electroencephalograms that I would like to have had done, if indeed you saw that at a certain point, what were normal electrical activity changed, and the rhythm changed, and things were off and were not the way we normally think. And then it ceased. If you could combine that, because that would have been signs of abnormal brain activity. And then it would have been very possible, very likely, that during the time at which Maria or an entity of Letecia, whatever it be, that during this time when the child was being stabbed, that her brain was in an altered state, and that there is no way in hell that she could have stopped what she was doing. And the other thing is, she would not remember it. And a classic part of Maria's situation is she doesn't remember what happened. I'm not even convinced she knows she did it. And she certainly can give a variety of what you've called like confabulations, just kind of wild stories where her head just goes in different directions. I think that if you could have documented this, there is treatment for it. Whereas we're in a lot more trouble when we're dealing only with a dissociative identity disorder. That's a very tough one to treat. It takes a certain amount of experience, talent, what have you, and investment for a long period of time. So that it matters if you find out that this is what's going on in the brain and you can target it with something to improve it, you're going to see a difference in her whole behavior.
And it was frustrating to you that I wasn't able to line that up for us, correct?
She on relevance.
Overruled.
It was frustrating that I wasn't able to make the EEG happen for you, correct?
More than for
And just so that the jury knows, you're not here out of the goodness of your heart. You're being paid for your time.
Not yet, but I hope so.
Okay. You're being paid by the state agency that I work for.
In theory.
In theory, hopefully. And the agreement is to be paid at $300 an hour.
I thought it was $350 an hour.
Okay. I'll have to talk to my supervisors about that. But that's a discount from what you would normally charge, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Despite not having the EEG or the MRI, in your report, you indicated that Ms. Stauch was one of the most mentally ill people you'd ever come across.
Yes, the most complex.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes. The more I study her and the more I remember what happened and go over it, she has such a variety of different signs, symptoms, and behaviors. She has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors of a dissociative identity disorder. She also, if you follow the material, as you recall, I could not remember it clearly. If you follow the parts that I couldn't remember, they're confused. They make no sense. They are psychotic. They're incomprehensible by an ordinary human being. And if they were to be read aloud to you, you would not make head or tail of them. So that I find this complicated. And it would have helped me if I could have at least eliminated or included a particular central nervous system dysfunction that I could deal with. It's always fun for a doctor to be able to treat and to be able to make something better. And so far we're not able to do that.
Despite that, are you able to come with an expert opinion regarding her sanity at the time of the death of Gannon?
Yes.
What is your opinion?
Well, I think that she was that assuming that this area is about the time that Gannon was killed.
Yes.
She was psychotic at the time. She was not in touch with reality, and she did not. I don't think she knew the difference between right and wrong. I don't know whether she even knew what she was doing.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Young?
What's the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado, doctor?
Oh, I believe that you must know the nature of what you have done and that it was wrong, and that also I think that you do add on a bit of the Durham decision, which has to do with if you cannot control your behaviors, such as to comply with the requisites of law, I believe that that is also part of an insanity defense here.
Did you look at the statute regarding insanity for the state of Colorado prior to rendering any opinions in this case?
I did, but I would have to look at it again to look at it. And I've also discussed it with others, which is why I added the Durham decision and the ability to conform your behavior, because to my mind, in many courts where I've testified, that is no longer accepted. But it was my understanding from the attorneys that that is also an aspect of insanity, the inability to conform your behavior to what is required by law.
Is that the aspect that you used in rendering your opinions in this case?
That is only one of the aspects.
Well, tell us the elements. This is what you're here for. You're here to testify that this defendant was sane at the time she committed this crime. I'd like you to explain to the jury now what law you used in rendering that opinion.
Would you permit me to read it, and I will tell you what aspects of it I
You're the expert, doctor.
concentrated on. I, by and large, I used a McNaughton definition of whether the person knew the nature of what he or she was doing and that it was wrong. And so that was my, that was my orientation. And then I was pleased to learn from the attorneys that also the inability to conform one's behavior to the requirements of law was also part of the definition in Colorado. The accuracy of that, I don't know, but we have discussed it, and I've said that I was surprised. I was unaware that in the other states, that since the Reagan shooting, I had thought that most of that was not any longer recognized, but I was told by the attorneys that that was one of the other factors that played a role.
As you sit here right now, do you know the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado?
If you would show me show me as it is written out, I will tell you whether this is what I used. I can't say it to you verbatim, but the idea has to do with whether you knew the nature of what you were doing and that it was wrong.
Well, clearly you have experience in testifying in criminal cases. You said 100 or 200 times, right?
Right.
And so you know that when you write a report, that report comes to the prosecution, comes to the defense, it goes to the court, correct?
Yes, usually.
And in your report, you want to put what the legal definition of insanity is in the state of Colorado, because that's what you're here for. That's what you're here to testify about, correct?
When you have written a complete report with all of the data that you require to come to that conclusion, and then try to go word by word with the definition, yes, you would try to use that. Here we were using as much data as we could get. And again, if I'm mistaken and it is not an understanding of the nature of what the person is doing and that it is wrong, then I've made an error.
Well, this is what you say about insanity in your report. You say, based upon the evidence that I reviewed, in my opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the homicide and the days following, period.
That's right. And I believe that at the time, she was psychotic. And whether you use the McNaughton definition, whether you use the Durham decision or a variation of it, she was psychotic at the time. I believe she did not know what she was doing. I'm not certain she even knows that she did do it now as we speak.
Okay.
And that it was wrong is, if she doesn't know that she did it, the question of whether or not she knows it is wrong is, is something that can be debated. But I think that she does not appreciate the nature of what she did, or that it was wrong, and that she is guilty of having murdered Gannon.
So she's guilty of having murdered Gannon, but she's legally insane as well? Is that what you're saying?
I think that she murdered Gannon. I shouldn't use the word guilty. She murdered Gannon. Again, I think you're teasing me a bit. If you would just rephrase that, I can tell you whether, because you're making me feel, gee, maybe there's a totally different definition here. But from what had struck me most about Colorado was that you also included an inability to conform one's own. But this is what I discussed with her attorneys, and part of at least what what I've gone by. In addition, I believe that she did not know the nature of what she was doing.
But you knew when you came here, you're coming to Colorado. You knew that your opinion would be applied to the law in Colorado, and you knew this jury here would be listening to your opinion to see if what you had to say made sense with the law.
Yes,
You've done that to 100 to 200 times, correct?
I would guess,
And
yeah.
I've read your other reports. In your other reports, you define what insanity is in that particular state, and you explain in your report why you think someone was legally insane at the time based on the law. Why did you not do that in this case?
You know, I would have to look at the definition, and I'm sure once I look at it, I can tell you why I did not use the exact words that that perhaps are there. What a reason why in plain English I did not, I believe she was insane is that she is psychotic. When someone is psychotic, they are out of contact with reality. They do not know the nature of what they are doing, whether it is right, wrong, or indifferent. And she is and was psychotic, and therefore she was insane. If you wish to give that a different flourish or something different about it, I very much doubt that what I'm saying to you will conflict with what you're saying. Is there some reason that her being psychotic and not knowing right from wrong or what she was doing, that this is not insanity in your state?
Did you write this report, doctor?
Of course, I wrote the report. I wrote, this is not a complete report. I wrote, you know, I wrote it, sent it, and had it typed. Yes.
Typed it.
I cannot tell you who typed it.
Who'd you send it to?
I sent it to Mr. Tellini.
What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
You have the,
And I'm asking you a question, doctor. What did you send to Mr. Tellini?
I sent him a brief report. Initially, there was an early title that is a preliminary psychiatric impression, and then subsequently modified it to try to include anything that I had left out. If after he saw my initial report, if I had left anything out that I thought should be there.
What you left out in your initial report was your opinion with regards to insanity, correct?
In my initial communication with him, absolutely. I gave him what I had up until then.
And you requested in your initial evaluation that you wanted an MRI done, an EEG done, as well as a neuropsych exam with several tests that you listed in your report, correct?
Right.
And you wanted those done before you rendered an opinion as to insanity in the state of Colorado, correct?
I wanted it before I testified, yes.
And none of those items got done.
No.
Yet you still issued a second report claiming that she's insane without any definition of why she's insane.
Well, I gave you the definition that she is psychotic and gave you the data to show it, but I did not write it in the form in which I would if I had all of those data to include in it. And I did not have them. And, you know, I could not include what, as it was my understanding that the court refused to finance the EEG and the MRI and the neuropsychological testing.
Oh, let's
So
talk
I
about
gave
that.
you as much as I could from what.
Let's talk about that. On October 13th, 2022, you were scheduled to come testify to this court about why you wanted an EEG and MRI done, correct? You recall that?
No, but say that again?
Do you not recall being asked to come testify with regards to why you needed an EEG done and an MRI done in this case.
I do not know what you are referring to. I have no idea what you're referring to, because I would have been pleased to at least talk on the phone to the judge or whatever. I begged to have these things done. I can only tell you that. And I would have spoken to anyone who wanted to talk to me about it.
Well, you were contacted well before February of 2022 on this case, correct?
Absolutely.
And you were contacted before Ms. Stauch pled not guilty by reason of insanity, correct?
Right.
And she pled not guilty by reason of insanity on February 11th of 2022, correct?
I'm assuming your dates are correct, yeah.
And you didn't do anything on this evaluation until November of 2022?
I worked as hard as I could to get these. In fact, I called the neurologist for free, Dr. James Marikangas, to discuss the case because I could not get funding from this court to get these tests done. So I called and discussed it with him. I contacted Catherine Yeager, Dr. Yeager, the neuropsychologist with whom I've worked for 30 years, and worked with her and spoke with her and got as much data as I possibly could. And I begged her attorneys to get this. And their answer was that the court would not pay for those tests to be done. I had never heard, in fact, I said, I've never heard of this before, but it did not occur to me to pick up the phone and to call the judge. I didn't even know who the judge was, but I was told I could not get this and that I must get something in by then. So I didn't even call my initial contact a complete report on it. But I'm trying to see what I called it. I called it initial, I think initial psychiatric impression, right?
Right, yeah, because you wanted that information before you rendered an opinion as to insanity, correct?
That is true.
And, Your Honor, at this time, I'd like the court to take judicial notice that on October 13, 2022, the request to have an EEG done, an MRI done by defense was withdrawn, and we did not go to hearing on that.
Mr. Tellini, defense position? Court will take judicial notice that on October 13 of 2022, the defense withdrew its request for an EEG in this case,
As well as MRI.
as well as an MRI.
Were you ever told that?
This is news to me right now, sir.
And of course, if this would have been done, it would have been 3 years after the crime happened. Correct?
It would have been later, yes.
And so there'd be a gap between the time of the crime and the time the MRI and EEG were done.
Yes.
A lot of things could have happened in the jail within that time period that may have caused damage to Ms. Stauch's head.
This is just speculative. It would have been extremely helpful to get those data and then to see whether they looked like the kind of material that was something that would have been long lasting or something that was sudden, so that I can't really speculate on that. I did want it done then, and it mattered then.
But it didn't get done, and yet you still rendered your opinion, didn't you?
I rendered, and I've described what I know about the case, and I've given you my opinion of it, yes.
Despite what you wrote in your book, guilty by reason of insanity. You're familiar with your book, right? That it's easy to fake mental illnesses, especially when it comes to dissociative identity disorder. And that's why you want collateral information like an MRI or an EEG to corroborate, correct?
It's not exactly correct. You don't get that to corroborate dissociative identity disorder, no. You get that to corroborate neurologic or neuropsychological impairment. No, you don't get that for dissociation.
Page 108. You probably heard this a million times when you testified, I would imagine, right?
I don't know, you'd have to.
Okay.
I don't
Let me
know.
read it to you. Psychiatry, as every prosecutor who has ever cross-examined me has never hesitated to point out, is a soft discipline compared with the harder medical discipline of, say, neurology. Do you remember saying that?
Yeah, there it is.
The difference between neurology and psychiatry is analogous in some ways to the difference between hard neurologic signs and soft neurologic signs. Sound familiar?
Yes, go ahead.
An MRI shows abnormal mass in the brain. The EEG shows localized spike and wave complexes. In other words, evidence of brain damage is clear. Remember saying?
Instead of brain damage,
Yeah. You said evidence of
Or-
brain damage is clear.
or I should say of brain dysfunction.
Okay. What did you mean by that? Is that why you wanted the MRI and the EEG?
Of course I wanted that, but not in order to, you would not get a special, as I said to the jury, you would not get a special MRI or EEG based on a dissociative disorder. If, however, you do get this abnormal MRI or EEG, you then start looking in another direction and you start thinking, not only may we have dissociation, but there is some kind of documented brain dysfunction. It's operating differently. And so you would like that because you would Mr. Tellini would have a lot easier case if he were able to document that a lot of her signs, symptoms, and behaviors are the result of abnormal electrical activity. And or, as in a recent case that I did early, I think
And
last
doctor, I'm going
fall,
to stop you there. Let
where
me stop you
there's,
there,
brain
doctor,
damage.
because I want to stick to my questions here, okay? The EEG or MRI could have shown nothing as well, right? No
Right.
brain damage.
That's right.
And that would also help you in forming your opinion as well, wouldn't it?
Well, it certainly would not have confirmed a documented neurologic dysfunction.
And so all you had to go on is really Ms. Stauch's self-reporting to you in the forensic interview that you conducted.
Well, that's simple. I can't go along with that. That's all we had. But we did not have the additional neuropsychological and neurological data that I would very much have liked and I would still like. And I had no idea that this was ever withdrawn. It was my idea, or it was my understanding, that the court had refused to grant the funding to have these things done, which in my experience is a first.
Well, now you know what happened though. So why do you keep saying, you know what happened?
I
The
don't,
court just took judicial notice that the defense withdrew their request.
I know what you're telling me, but it would be presumptuous for me to say, I know now. You've put me in the middle of a debate that I can't enter into.
$350 an hour. You now know you're being paid $300 an hour.
75 if I'm traveling or whatever. So in theory,
How many hours have you billed on this case?
I don't know yet. I have not even counted. I don't know.
Why did Mr. Sweeney contact you? Did he tell you?
I assume because he thought that I was reputable and experienced in this field. I think he also became aware that I existed because of the documentary that was done on my work and my life.
About dissociative identity disorder?
No, about all of my work.
When you advised him that you felt there was enough evidence for the defendant to plead not guilty by reason of insanity, what did you base that on?
I based that on, probably in my own head, I based it on the McNaughton rule, which would be that she did not know the nature of what she had done, and or that it was wrong. And also subsequently, after discussing it with Mr. Tellini, based on the Durham decision that she did not have control over what she was doing, that she could not conform her behavior to that which the law required.
How did you know that back in February of 2022 when you hadn't interviewed her until November of 2022?
I'm sorry, I would have to look over what I had looked at and what I had, what I had reviewed up to the time. And I'm sorry, I can't give you the dates so that we can.
Well, did you review anything prior to talking to Mr. Tellini for the first time about the defendant changing her plea to not guilty by reason of insanity?
I'm not aware of his having changed a plea. No, I assumed, in fact, when he called me, that he thought that probably that there was an insanity defense here. And I did not think that he had one, he was pleading what, not guilty first and then changed it to NGRA? I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, it isn't that I don't remember. It's that I assumed when he called me that he suspected that there was that she was suffering from a severe mental disorder that conformed to the criteria for insanity.
And when that happens, you had done hundreds of forensic evaluations with a lot of people who are on death row, some serious big-time murderers. Is that fair? There's a difference between a death penalty case and a homicide case, correct?
Yes.
Death penalty people are the worst of the worst.
Oh, it depends on what your state is like. No, it doesn't depend on the worst of the worst. It depends on what the law is in your state and the humanity of your state. It doesn't depend on the worst of the worst.
So people who kill and commit serious crimes are usually charged with death penalty cases. Is that fair?
Say that the people say that once more.
You tell me. What's
I
the
don't know.
difference between a normal homicide case and a death penalty case?
Where the state in which you commit your offense.
Well, tell us about the people you evaluated on death row. What kind of crimes did they commit?
Murder.
What kind of murders?
It varied from probably the most common thing. It would have been like a grocery store murder where somebody got kind of upset, hung up, and shot a clerk. They were a death sentence did not correspond to the grisliness of a murder.
Well, in your opinion, a death sentence never responds to the grisliness of any murder, correct?
No, I do. No.
Are you for the death penalty?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I beg your pardon?
Are you pro death penalty?
I really try not to take a position on it. I just kind of call the shots as I see them in terms of the, of the offense and what the person did. But I do not take a political stance. I don't think I ever have.
And as a matter of fact, you've always been contacted by defense attorneys to do these evaluations, correct?
Not always, but usually.
Have you ever been contacted by a prosecutor to come in and say, testify as an expert?
Yeah, when I worked at the court clinic, and I testified for the court. When I was the head of the court clinic, I was testifying for the for the state. And when I worked at Bellevue, when I was asked to evaluate, I was testifying by and large for the city if I testified.
Back in the 60s and 70s?
I,
1960, 1970s?
oh no, 2003, I finally, after 20 years of commuting, I I stopped commuting there. But no, it was up until 2003.
Have you ever done an evaluation on someone on death row and said, you know what? No issues here. The death sentence should go forward.
It is not up to me. I've never been asked that, so I've never had to.
Well, have you ever done an evaluation that says, I find no mental disease or defect in this individual?
Yep.
Tell me about that. Who was that?
I don't remember the name, though I believe that I spoke to Mr. Tellini about it. And by God, it turned out that the guy hadn't done it. But
This
You
is
know-
someone who didn't even do the crime?
right, but his attorney did not believe it. And it turned out, I learned ages later that it was dropped and that he had not committed the crime.
You did an evaluation and said that there's no mental illness involved in this person?
I did. And I should tell you that, may I expand on that a little bit?
Sure. It'd be nice to know the name so we can confirm.
I don't know the name. I think it was Chicago. No, I was going to tell you about finding this person who had simply not committed the murder. I'm sorry, I don't think I have anything to add to that. Except
Okay,
that
let's-
did happen.
We'll move on if you're okay with that. You all right?
Right.
Okay. You talk about the first time you experienced dissociative identity disorder in your book, Guilty by Reason of Insanity. Do you remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And you describe it being a really a life-changing experience for you, correct?
Well, it was an eye-opener.
In fact, you even wrote that looking back on other evaluations, you probably missed it. You probably missed diagnosing several inmates with dissociative identity disorder based on what you did on this particular individual.
Right, and I think I explained to the jury, I have no question I have made my mistakes.
Do you remember that individual's name?
Marie Moore?
I'm sorry?
Marie Moore?
Marie Moore. And you talk about Marie Moore in your book. You remember that?
Very well.
Do you want to describe what you write in your book about how you discovered that she had another persona?
Is that?
I can, why don't I ask you if this is consistent? So you're interviewing her and she's committed a horrible crime and you're trying to get to whatever mental illnesses she might have. You suspect that she might have dissociative identity disorder based on what her attorney tells you. Is that correct?
I don't suspect it. I am told it. I don't suspect it. And I made several phone calls to people who knew a lot more than I. I believe one was Cluft, who is, I think, the country's, or one of the national, experts in this. And I called colleagues and discussed the case with them. And I thought, I just don't, I haven't seen this and I don't know if it exists, but okay, because the attorney asked me whether I would do this. And I did. If you want me to explain what happened,
Let me,
how I
between two of
discovered,
us,
yeah.
okay?
I beg your pardon?
Between the two of us, I think we'll get out what happened, but going into it, you had quite a bit of skepticism. Even though the attorney is telling you they got multi-personality disorders, because that's what it's called at that time.
What they said was that they thought, some people thought that she may have this, and they said that people that she had spoken to, kids who were around where she lived, said that at times she sounded like a man and that she asked to be called Billy. That was what they knew. And that's what they told me. And so they said, Dr. Lewis, while you're seeing her, check up on multiple personality disorder. And I thought, right, I thought I had never seen it, and I didn't think I would. And so I did go to see her, and I could find nothing that quite went along with what I understood this
So
would
you,
be.
and you're asking her, hey, I want to talk to Billy. Can Billy talk to me? Or words that.
No. I don't think I'll tell you what I remember. This is about 100 years ago.
This is back in the 1980s, just so, is that fair?
84 or 86. Yeah. Well, that tells you how long it took me to even think maybe this could be it. But I asked her, based on all these very wise people I had consulted, I asked her whether, I said to her, there are people who say that sometimes you want to be called Billy or what have you. And she said, yes, people have told me this, but I don't know. And I said, many people who have been through the kinds of things that you've been through, many people have been bothered, like sexually by other people or whatever. Has anything like this ever happened to you, whatever? No, Dr. Lewis, never. Nothing like this ever happened to me. So finished, done with evaluation. Right? But no, it did not happen. And no one ever did this. And we talked, and I do need to see a patient more than once and for a while. So I said, I really need to leave now. There was an investigator had driven me out and put his head in the door and said, we have to leave. And I said, Marie, I'm so sorry, but I have to leave now. And, but I will come back and I will talk to you again. And she said, don't leave. She said, there's something I have to tell you, very much as I'm telling you. And so I sat. I do have endless patience when time has, does not just stop at the end of an hour. So I waited, and I said, I just can't stay. I have a lift. I have to go. Marie, I will come back. And I promised you we'll talk some more. And she said, don't go. There's something I have to tell you. And so I waited. And then, as is my wont, I picked up my little yellow pad, and because the guy was waiting outside. And I said, I'll be back, Maria. We'll talk again, but I have to leave. I got up and stood up, walked toward the door, put my hand on the doorknob, and opened the door. And behind me, a voice said, don't go. And it was chilling. And, I turned around, and by the way, I thought she and I looked a bit alike. They were in the days of the big glasses, and you kind of looked pretty simple with big full glasses. And I turned around, and instead of this kind of wimpy looking girl with the glasses looking at me, she had changed, and she was sitting with her legs towards the door, her hands on her knees, and in a masculine kind of look. And she said, don't go. There's something I have to tell you. And she put out her hand, and I put out mine, and I took hers, and I said, Billy? And she said, yes. And I said, wait a minute. And because I was scared, I had not seen this before.
And Doctor, if I can just
Yeah.
stop you there, just so I
Yeah.
can have the record be clear. So when you're referring to things that Billy said, you're using a male voice?
Yes, I'm
And-
imitating it as much as I can.
Okay, I
Yeah.
just want the record to reflect that. Go ahead, please continue.
Yeah, I'm sometimes better at it than, but it was this harsh kind of thing. And I just, I kept the door open and I don't remember the man's name. I said, Mr. So-and-so, don't go, there's someone that needs to meet you. I really meant there's someone I need in here to kind of protect me. And the investigator came in and sat, and he said hello, and he's Billy. I forget who said which first. And he sat down, and then we talked a bit, and I guess he had said Billy, or I said Billy, and he said yes. And I then asked some of the same questions that I had asked before. And I said to, if memory serves, I said, Billy, when I was talking with Marie, and she said that so-and-so had never bothered her sexually. I said, did anything ever happen to Marie or whatever? And the only way I can talk about it is saying Billy. And Billy said, I said, did the father ever do anything? And she said, or he, sure he did. And she said, when she was, I don't remember if it was 2 or 4, he put pencils in her rectum. When she was, I believe he said 12. When she was 12, he had sex with her. And it had been denied. Marie had absolutely denied this. I could have left there, decided that the attorneys were crazy, and I was not, and left, but this happened. And so after talking a bit with her, I said, we do have to go now, and but I will come back, and I will see you again. And I did come back, and I did see her again.
And you eventually diagnosed her with dissociative identity disorder, or multi-personality disorder, as it was called back then.
Well, multiple personality disorder was what the term was then, but it was pretty convincing.
And so how many diagnoses?
There was one other thing that went on there.
I want to move on from that. I think the jury gets a picture of what that evaluation was, but needless to say, that was the first diagnosis that you made, multi-personality disorder, which is now dissociative identity disorder.
Correct.
How many diagnoses have you made since then?
Oh, I don't know, because we subsequently ran a clinic at Bellevue, and I remember it must have lasted for about 5 years, and my recollection was because it made no money. Somehow the fields I go into are not the most lucrative.
Oh no, $300 an hour sounds pretty good to me.
It depends how long, whatever. And anyway, what I can tell you is that Bellevue closed the clinic because it was not supporting itself. And that's a very big deal now. And by that time, I was surprised they would do this, because we had 100 cases at that point. That month at Bellevue, in that particular clinic, there were 100 cases. Now, this may be piddling for an ordinary clinic, but for a particular specialty kind of clinic on an offbeat disorder, I thought that it would at least support itself, and it didn't. And so I can say that we had, at the time, there were 100 visits. I should say there were 100 visits to Bellevue to that clinic. So that gives you some idea of the number of cases that came through. And the clinic lasted for only about 4 or 5 years. And of course, at first there were very few. And then as we became better known around Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, more patients were referred. But we didn't always make that diagnosis. Obviously, you could see patients and they didn't have it.
But you made that diagnosis more often since the Marie case.
Of course.
Would you say 100 times?
I really don't know. It would be a guess, but certainly I know how to interview better now. I know how to interpret things better now than I did then. And, if you
Have all
asked how
those
many I missed, I probably missed more than I ever made.
have all those diagnoses been in criminal cases where someone's facing criminal charges?
No, in fact, our first case when the clinic opened it at Bellevue was a 4-year-old child from our kindergarten or preschool there, a child who was referred to the clinic and who indeed.
In criminal cases, do you have any skepticism going in that the person may be faking dissociative identity disorder?
Always.
Tell us about that.
Just that you always have to be skeptical about it. Well, just even about your own skills, not just whether somebody's faking or not. You have to you have to be appropriately modest about your skills and your ability to recognize it. Sure.
And in your book, you write alternate personalities leave evidence of their existence all over the place. Jonathan, who is the neuropsychologist, is that right?
No, he died. He was a professor of neurology at Yale.
Okay.
And then at St. Elizabeth.
You say Jonathan and I have been able to trace clues of multiple personality disorder all the way back to early childhood.
Yeah.
Teacher reports, social service records, medical charts, letters to friends and relatives, journals, diaries, drawings, all pieces of the puzzle that when fitted together reveal the picture of a divided, often fragmented mind.
That often did. Correct. What I'm saying there is that you get data. In fact, I noticed that in some of your reports, I think there were references to certain kinds of SCID, interviews and things of that sort. But
just what reports?
what I was trying to say is that when we make a diagnosis, I pretty much insist that there has to have been evidence that this existed long before I ever set eyes on the person or the person set eyes on me. And very often you will find writings or drawings or all sorts of evidence that somebody has produced, or even signing into hospitals, all sorts of things. And I insist that whatever it is, have, or try at least to have evidenced itself long before they saw me, because you're very open to being accused of suggesting and of giving someone an idea that, oh, they must have this because you can suggest it. And this is why, at least in our clinic, we would search for evidence that antedated any contact with us or with our clinic, and still do.
And that's why you would never want to suggest to a defendant that you're doing a forensic evaluation on that they may have some kind of mental disease or disorder, right? What you mean by not suggesting?
No, by not, by just looking back, because you can usually look back and find evidence of, let's say, different names and different signatures. You can very often, you can find different artistic styles and different signatures at the bottom of them. So that you look back so that nothing you did influenced what you used to make your diagnosis. And it's how we try to at least be certain that we have not created anything that wasn't there.
It seems to me then family members might be very relevant to interview with regards to not their loved one.
If they would.
Dissociative identity disorder, correct?
Well, there's one fallacy there, which is very often the abuser has been a family member. And with Marie Moore, the father would not allow the mother to come in or be seen alone. They came in together, would say next to nothing. And
I'm going to talk about this case. Okay?
well, but family members are not necessarily the best in the world. Far better is looking back at what the person himself or herself has created prior to your
The person who created that may have a reason not to tell you the truth, right?
wrong.
Wait a minute here. You just said a few minutes ago that you're skeptical going into these interviews because people who are charged with crimes may have a reason to fake it. You don't remember saying
And
that?
that is why you would have your data antedate any crime, any contact with them, because you can't retrospectively malinger. And it's vital for everyone to remember that you cannot retrospectively malinger. Oh, gee, I'm going to sign this painting differently because 10 years from now, I'm going to commit murder. Come on.
Well,
That is why you cannot, that's why you don't just take something that was produced after you met with the person, why you look back and you beat the bushes for any data. Letters, old letters to people, letters to and from, old social work records, old medical records where you signed in for some procedure.
What about a daughter named Harley Hunt had been with the defendant her whole life, every day of her life? You don't think it'd be relevant to talk to her to see if she saw any signs of dissociative identity disorder?
Oh, sure, it would be very helpful.
So
And
what did Harley have to tell you when you talk to her?
I asked the attorneys with whom I could speak, and I was not put in touch with any of these people. And so I did not use them unless if they had years before made some kinds of notations about the person, that would be kosher. You could probably look at that. But
You say in your book that there was a case in Florida you were subpoenaed or asked to come and give opinions on, and the wouldn't do what you asked them to do, an MRI, EG, logical testing, and you refused to testify. Remember that?
I don't remember which case it was. No, this was written when, in 86? I don't.
Well, why didn't you do that
I
here?
don't recall that case.
Why didn't you do that here?
I tried.
Why didn't you refuse to testify? Because you didn't have done what you wanted to have done.
Perhaps guilt. I don't know why. But
And speaking of that,
I probably should have.
you were to be here at 9 o'clock this morning. Why were you not here at 9 o'clock?
I don't know. I was supposed to be here 2 weeks ago, and I was told that at the last minute that I was not to come until last Friday. I do not know. The timing is someone else's.
And your report was due on February 13th of 2023 with regards to insanity. You know that too, don't you? You know there's discovery requirements for your report when you enter a criminal case of this nature, that you need to give us your report 35 days before trial, correct?
No, this is new to me. However, I did the best that I could. I could not provide you with what you wanted until I got data. And even when I did not get the data, I did the best that I could with what I was given.
And you provided, or at least somebody typed up a report that was given to us 4 days before we started jury selection. Do you have a disregard with the rules here? What's going on here?
I don't think I have a disregard for the rules.
Do you have an unconscious bias with regards to dissociative identity disorder?
An unconscious bias of what? What are you talking?
Based on your evaluation, Marie, and all the other diagnoses you made, you go into evaluations thinking, I'm going to look for dissociative identity disorder.
No more than I'm going to look to see whether there is bipolar disorder, whether there is brain damage, whether there is a seizure disorder. No, no more.
What does crazy, not insane mean?
Crazy, not insane means that there are individuals who have very severe mental illness. Call it crazy, but they are not considered insane because they may not meet the criteria of that particular state or whatever it is, so that they may be crazy as a bedbug, but it does not fit an insanity defense, and the insanity varies, as you know, from state to state, so that you can be quite crazy in one place, but not insane.
So you can commit a murder where there may not be any motive or any reason why that person committed the murder, but yet you could still be legally sane. Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that's what I said, no.
And you commit a murder that may not have a motive to it and still be legally sane. For instance, a mother shakes a baby. What's that baby? No reason other than the baby crying. The person still be legally sane.
Can the person be sane?
Yes.
Depending on where this occurs, yeah.
Is that what you mean by crazy, not insane?
That is only one. That's only one small.
There's millions.
What?
There's probably hundreds of crimes that fit that category.
I think they're probably more crazy than insane disorders. How's that?
Okay.
Uh,
Legal insanity is a pretty high calling.
Depends where.
Well, I talked to you about Colorado, but I'm not sure we can.
Now I'm going to have to go look up the exact rule. I take it McNaughton does not fly in Colorado?
Well, let me ask you a question about these reports that you alluded to in one of your answers. You said, based on what your expert reports said. You remember saying that in one of your answers?
No, I don't, but go ahead.
Well, what reports are you referring to?
I don't know what report you're referring to.
Well, there's only one report with regards to insanity in this case, other than yours, correct?
As far as I know, that's.
And that's the report by Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres. Correct?
Didn't you say one of my reports? Aren't they people that are from your side of the?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Why do you think they're on our side?
Because they work for the state.
Okay. Well, you work for the state. You're getting paid by the state.
I don't know whom I'm getting paid by, but I assume that they're working on your side because you have asked them. Had you asked me to evaluate Letecia, I probably would have said yes. I'd be glad to evaluate Letecia.
Would it surprise you that the court is the one that actually asked the state hospital to do a neutral evaluation?
No, it would not. However, when you ask the state to do this, the state is the one that is, the people there are being paid by the state. And it is usually with that slant, just as when a public defender gets a case, it is usually slanted in that direction.
Are you basing that just because they found her legally sane at the time? That somehow we brought them into this case?
No, I'm not basing it on anything. I don't know them. I don't know.
You're quite familiar and you've testified in other murder cases where the prosecution actually goes out and hires an expert. That person comes in and testifies on behalf of the prosecution, correct? Like Park Dietz and Associates.
That's the only thing, the only person I can think of. So
that didn't happen in this case, did it?
I don't get it. I mean, Park Dietz is Park Dietz. Why?
So you have no idea how Dr. Gray and Dr. Torres became involved in this evaluation?
I'm assuming that they were requested by you or by the court to do this evaluation.
You said that you read 100 pages of police reports?
I didn't recall giving a number. I said hundreds of pages of different reports,
How long did it take you to get through all that information?
hours.
Thousands and thousands of pages, right?
I don't know, hundreds certainly.
Reports from the FBI, correct?
I would have to go over it. I know I carried a suitcase here that weighed probably over 100 pounds, but I don't know how many pages.
Reports from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, correct? You review those?
Dozens and dozens of reports, yes.
What about reports from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina? Did you review those?
I would have to look over this again, because again, I looked at these a while back, but I did bring them with me. So if you wanted me to look over what I have with me, I can tell you.
Well, tell me what you recall reviewing.
I would have to look at them. I don't recall the name of each place and each organization.
Mr. Tellini asked you questions about him being in an interview room while you're conducting the evaluation. You remember him asking you that?
Yes,
Do you remember giving 3 answers? 1, want them to see what I see. That was your first answer, correct?
right,
And you knew this was being videotaped, correct?
right.
Why couldn't they just watch the video?
In my experience, it is helpful for me to have the person who is responsible for the case to see what I see. Another reason would be, I've said to them, try not to interrupt me if you can avoid it, but if there is something toward the end or something that you feel I need to know that I've just failed to ask about, please feel free to ask it or ask me, can you ask it? So that there are a number of reasons why I like the person to see what I see and also to enable me to see what he or she sees that I may have missed.
Well, isn't it kind of awkward because the attorney there is the one deciding to pay you based on your work? Doesn't it make it awkward for you and the defendant to be in the same room with the attorney as you're doing a forensic evaluation?
No.
And you certainly would not want the attorney to interject and become part of that evaluation, which
There are occasions when it's very important, when something vital is left out. And if the person were not there, I would not even know enough to ask later on. So
would you consider that to be an unbiased interview if the person who's working in the best interest of the client is asking questions during the forensic interview?
I think it depends what the questions are. I think I told you in an interview, I said, look, if you two are going to continue with this, let's stop now and I quit. Talk about it with each other and I'll come back, so that I try very hard not to play along.
You said the second factor was dissociative cases. There's a lot of skepticism prevailing in the case. Do you remember saying that?
I'm sure I have many times.
What does the attorney have to be in the courtroom to alleviate that second factor of yours?
It's very important for him to see what I see. For example, in this particular case, Letecia's accent changed and became incomprehensible. And it's important for me to have another person see what I see and then say, did you see what I see? Or something of that sort, so that it is helpful.
You don't think that has an impact on the defendant? Having you tell the attorney, look at that, did you see that?
Do I do that? Have you ever seen me do that? No, because I did not ever do that.
Judge, I've asked the witness to allow me to finish my question.
Need to wait till he finishes his question, and then you'll get a chance to respond.
You don't think that would have an impact on the defendant and her ability to act a certain way based on what you're saying, her attorney in the room at the time that she's saying things?
Could you repeat what you said first about what I said and what he said and whether it would?
Well, we're going to see the video here in a minute. We're going to watch the video.
Yeah.
My question is, do you think it would have an impact on the defendant's ability to act a certain way based on what you're telling her attorney in the same room?
I do not believe that what I do or the way in which I do it on occasion, if I want the attorney to be there or someone else from the attorney's side, I feel that I am more likely to find out the truth than if I'm on my own and I have failed to pick up something. I will often say, wait until the end. If you can wait until the end. And then please raise any questions you have that I may have misunderstood or may have been wrong. But I do this in the interest of trying to learn as much as I can.
You think the attorney might have an interest, in your opinion, in the outcome of that interview?
Of course.
Did you have any safety concerns when you're interviewing Ms. Stauch on those 3 days?
I think that just the very fact that I have somebody there tells you that I always have enough sense to try to keep myself safe and calm so I don't have to worry about my own safety.
You interviewed her hours, in the morning, in the afternoon, 3 days in a row. By the time you got to the third day, do you feel a need to have an attorney in there with you for safety reasons?
Yes.
Why?
Well, a case I had a while back, I actually was flying out to Florida for, forget what part of the case it was late at night. There was a woman attorney with the patient, and by the time I arrived at the prison, the patient had attacked the woman. She had been alone in the room with this person whom she knew well. It's an eye-opener and it's a lesson, and it can happen. And now here this woman had known the defendant for a long time. No, I don't think that I'm that good that after a few hours with somebody, I am perfectly safe. The other thing is with dissociation, a person can switch on a dime. And if you look at the tapes, you'll see that a person, just as they can switch an accent, and it just happens, and you barely notice and then you see it, a person can switch on a dime in terms of how they perceive you. And you can be safe 1 minute. This friend of mine was stabbed shortly before I arrived there to interview the defendant, and I was not permitted to do the interview, and that was that. But no, I do not think that the third day I'm necessarily safe on my own. I would be a fool.
But you talked about someone switching on a dime. You didn't diagnose Ms. Stauch with dissociative identity. 2023. Why were you concerned about her switching on a dime if you hadn't made a diagnosis yet?
Because I don't know when I come and see a patient what the disorder is. And there are other disorders in which someone can switch on a dime. And, or you could say something stupid or the wrong thing, and the atmosphere changes. So that, I don't know, maybe I'm a coward, but
I don't think you're a coward. Does everyone who is diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, are they legally insane throughout the United States?
no.
Of course not, right? There's a spectrum.
I taught you that.
I went to school for 7.5 years. I might have picked up a few things. But anyway, there's some who are more severe than others. There's some that may not impact their life whatsoever, correct?
I don't know.
Because you only look at criminals, right?
No.
Okay.
Come on.
Your opinion is that something that happened over 20 years ago with Miss Stauch's stepfather is the origin of her traumatic stress that leads to dissociative identity disorder. Did I get that right?
No,
Tell us, what's the origin of
I
it?
do not know enough about what she suffered or experienced as an infant, as a child, as somebody growing up, nor have I spoken with her relatives, friends, acquaintances personally, so that I cannot possibly say that. In my experience, I'm staggered by how very, very early ongoing intolerable torture can create this. And you can sometimes you can get a hint of when it happened because when the person is in a certain dissociative state, they may draw the way a 3-year-old does. And it may turn out that as you learn more, that maybe it was at around that time that that the major trauma occurred. But it's
Well, let me, and
I don't know
Make
what
sure I
caused it.
wrote down your answers
Yeah.
right. But you said the cause is early ongoing physical and or sexual abuse that is intolerable. Can't cope with it anymore. Mind self-hypnotic.
It is as you left out as if it is as if the person has gone into a self-hypnotic state. I have used that term because for me, it makes sense. You will find others, experts far better than I, who may use a different term in terms of the way in which the mind changes. But for me, it is most understandable to say it is a type of self-hypnosis. Because, you know, if you kind of think you are someone else and you're talking differently, it is like a self-hypnotic state. And is unconscious, it is not conscious.
Regardless, you indicated that these assaults happened back when Miss Stauch was 15 years old. Remember saying
No,
that?
I said I know only from other people's histories, and maybe one time where she told me from about age 5 to age 10, some things occurred, that these things have been documented by other people. I am not telling you when. I suspect that we don't know a lot of what went on early.
But we do know that she got a softball scholarship, that she got a doctorate's degree, that she,
Would you explain the doctorate's degree, where she got it and how?
did you not know that she got a doctorate's degree, doctor?
I don't know if you count it the same. It was over the internet, and it was like Coursera or something like that. I think that you need to look at that a bit.
You know more about it than I do. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? Okay.
No.
Well, it was
That.
I don't know, some of those big boxes.
Watch the videos. It's not in videos.
It's not there. I don't know, but that's where she got it. That's where she says she got it.
But anyway, that didn't impact her ability to go through college.
Yeah, it did. Her college was also, I believe her degree was a computer, an internet.
And she succeeded in life, had a daughter, married twice,
Wow.
right? And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere,
Why would you say succeeded, married twice? This is not a victory.
she didn't murder anybody. She didn't murder anybody within that 20-year period.
But she managed to marry some really unpleasant people. I'd say those were big mistakes.
And just coincidentally, you come involved, and now all of a sudden, this event that happened 21 years ago is the cause for her killing an 11-year-old girl. Is that what you're telling us, jury?
No, I'm not telling you this.
Then why is it relevant?
We're trying to understand what happened and why it happened. And I'm just telling you what causes, in my experience, in my limited experience, what causes this kind of phenomenon. But I don't consider her having married twice inappropriate and less than loving human beings a success, nor do I consider her degrees.
When do you
enormous.
think her dissociative identity disorder started?
Wow. I don't know with her. If you were to ask me earliest, the first patient in our clinic was 4 years old.
You didn't think that was important for your opinion to give this jury when her diagnosis started?
Only if I knew it.
Well, you know, you reviewed the jail records in this case, right?
But they're incomplete, and we don't have enough data to say when this started, but you can be pretty sure that it tends to be early and ongoing and intolerable.
Well, it started when she said it started after June 5th, when her competency was raised in court. You remember reading that?
It doesn't matter what she says when she says something started.
In fact, Dr. Torres specifically asked her during the competency evaluation, you answered a question a certain way about multiple personalities. Would you tell us about that? And Ms. Stauch didn't have anything to say about it. Remember that?
I don't know.
Would that be significant in your opinion?
I would have to know the whole context of it.
In fact, it wasn't until the second competency evaluation with Dr. Grimmett that dissociative identity disorder became an issue in this case. Right?
I believe you. I don't know that for sure, but it certainly could be.
You reviewed the reports, did you not?
I did, but I reviewed hundreds of pages and I can't quote date.
Yeah, I don't know the court, how much longer you want to go. It's about 10 till.
About 5 more minutes.
Okay.
But it's up to you. I understand the subject, so.
I've got, we're going to get into videos tomorrow, so I've got quite a bit more. It'd be
let's go
good.
for about 5 more minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
You indicated on direct examination that it's very common for an individual to split off to take the characteristics of their abuser when they have dissociative identity disorder.
Yes, I've seen it often.
Did you see it, Ms. Stauch?
I can't say for sure I saw that with her. I don't know. No.
Rita Sanchez has nothing to do with her stepfather. Would you call him Crazy Ass James or something like that?
What about him?
Jackass James. That's what it was.
Yeah, but did she turn into Jackass James?
That's what I'm asking you.
I didn't hear that or see it or what did you? I don't know where you're coming from.
Well, you said on direct that it's common, very common, I think you said, that individuals take on a persona of their abuser.
I said it is common, right, and it is common. But that doesn't mean that in this case it happened. I'm just informing the jury it is common. And I'm saying this to you so that you don't say, oh, we're going to get rid of so-and-so sometime because he's terrible, because he's listening when you're there. And it's not a good idea to do that. That's all.
Did you have any indication whatsoever that Jackass James was one of her personas?
I don't think that I got to know her well enough or see her often enough to say that.
You didn't ask her for Jackass James to come out and talk to you, did you?
No, I tend not to ask for alternative people to come and talk to me.
Well, you asked Maria Sanchez to talk to you.
Only because she told me Maria existed. I had not heard of Maria. And, you know, so I would say, is it possible to talk to her, particularly because she did give us a clue that Maria Sanchez is a very violent character, and there are guns and there are all sorts of things. So that, of course, I would want to say, is it possible to talk to this person? I'm not saying I want you to talk to me, but is it possible for me to talk to so-and-so?
And the DSM-5 talks about a triggering event that causes someone who suffers with dissociative identity disorder to trigger that event.
Say that again?
The DSM-5 talks about a triggering event, something traumatic that triggers that individual to change personalities when they're diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder.
It can be, there can be any number of triggers.
What trigger did you use to have her change to Maria Sanchez?
I do not consciously use a trigger. It could be I have brown hair that's a trigger. It could be no trigger that I have done. It could be looking at the light there and there's a green light there. And a trigger is not, it isn't you press a button and that does it, but there are different things that have an association to a person and that may then elicit a memory and a flashback, and it could create a switch. But, I don't invite a trigger.
But what you did here is, hey, can I talk to Maria Sanchez? And all of a sudden, fake accent comes out and she starts talking.
I don't even know if Maria Sanchez sounds, to me, she sounds Hispanic, and whatever talked to me sounded Russian without Russian words, but sounded Russian. I don't think Maria Sanchez and the Russian words were the same.
But what you said on direct is
Yeah.
that she spoke Russian. You didn't say
No,
it sounded Russian.
I didn't. I said it sounded Russian. I would ask the jury to confirm this.
Why couldn't,
I said it were not words.
I just get one question in? Why is it that Dr. Torres can ask her, can I speak to Maria Sanchez? Can't change. She says, I'm not able to change that persona. But when you ask, she's able to change.
Magic.
Okay, those are my questions for today. We'll start tomorrow morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our evening break. If I can have everyone back where they need to be so that we can start at 9 o'clock in the morning, we should be able to start right on time. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Do not discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. I know that some of you may go home, you may want to watch HBO, and that's fine. Just don't watch any documentaries. Don't watch anything about this case, any witnesses having to do with this case. So with that, we'll see everybody at 9 o'clock in the morning. All rise for the jury, please.
Step down.
What do you make of that? He lied.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So
Why don't we?
if we can start everybody in the morning at 9 o'clock. And Dr. Lewis, I understood, and I'm just going based on what the attorneys told me. I understood that you were going to be here this morning, and you weren't. I get that. I had then said that we would start at 1 o'clock. You weren't here at 1 o'clock either. Let's be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay.
Supposed to be here too.
I understand.
Comes on me the last minute. The best I can.
No, I understand, and the attorneys are trying to do the best they can too. So I understand, but let's be here at 9 o'clock in the morning so that we can all start at the same time. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time, prosecution?
Yes, Judge. Based on the issues that have popped up as it relates to the meeting that occurred with Dr. Lewis just in the last
On Sunday.
and then the lack of being here this morning when required, I would ask the court to issue an order that nobody, either the prosecution or defense, talk to the witness while she's off the stand tonight to avoid any further issues. There's already been one of those in this case, and I think it would be in the best interest of getting truth to the jury to avoid any other issues on that particular front. And then I think you've already given the witness an order to be here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning and be ready to testify. But I do think it's important, as we're trying to get to the truth of the matter here, that we don't have any impairments with this particular witness.
Mr. Tellini, since this is your witness, do you have a response? Okay. That request is granted. Dr. Lewis, aside from logistical issues about getting back and forth from wherever it is that you're staying to the courthouse, don't discuss this case with anyone else. Don't discuss it with especially don't discuss it with the attorneys. This is a cross-examination. There should not be, your opinions would not be able to be I wouldn't allow them in at this point if you were to have a conversation with the attorneys overnight, and then something were to change tomorrow in any event. So I think probably the cleanest way to avoid all of that is just don't have any discussion with the attorneys about your testimony either today or tomorrow or the case, and we'll leave it at that.
Your Honor, given that I'm unable to tell you why times change, why they this week and not 2 weeks ago, various times that have occurred. So without speaking with them, I can't tell you more than that. So here is.
Okay?
I will need some
We can
help
talk
getting-
about logistics. about
Yeah,
it.
we can,
can
right.
Talk about the case.
Right, just not about the substance of the case. And then we'll see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
One caveat, I don't know.
Okay?
I think there's a that I need to close. I don't know if I'd have the opportunity
Good.
to disclose to documents, documents.
You lost me. Evidence emails? Okay.
Okay, I think they had to approach the judge, but if you guys can zoom in on your phone on the left, the bald guy right behind the podium, that's Al. Look at his looks he gives Letecia. He just glares at her. All right, guys, take a rest. Take a rest. Court is in recess. We've got videos tomorrow. I think we get to meet Maria tomorrow. Yay, that's going to be fun. We get to hear her speak in different languages and more of the combativeness that is this witness. This shit is crazy. Anyway, I thank you guys for being here. I put the links in the chat for the coloring books. Also, go check out Feetsies, that Redbubble store. We will be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central, or no, 9 a.m. Mountain Time, 11 a.m. Central. See you guys later.